Welcome everybody to the 52nd Biel Chess Festival 2019. This is Grandmaster Tal Baron together with woman Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya.
Hello everyone.
And today we have the first round of the classical portion of the closed GMT. But even though we have a move or two, while they're thinking, allow us to introduce the players. So first we will mention the top seed of the closed GMT, Grandmaster Sam Shankland. And
who is the winner? So yes, first is Grandmaster Sam Shankland, who is the winner of United States 2018 and also the winner of the Master Tournament here in Biel in 2016.
Yes, and also a gold medalist in the Chess Olympiad. Next in line is Grandmaster Vidit, the third best player in India, and I believe the fourth to have ever crossed 2700 rating from India. And while it's not as impressive to some people as being the champion of one's country, let's not forget that India has more than 1.3 billion people in its population, and the top seed in India is Vishwanathan Anand, who was a world champion and one of the best players of all time.
So player number 3 we have here is Cori from Peru, who is one of the strongest players of the country and also the best rated player in South America. And let's not forget his gold medal on the latest Chess Olympiad in 2018.
With a performance of over 2900, if we remember correctly. Next in line is the fourth seed, which sounds a little bit low for such a legendary player, but we are sure he will improve his rating very soon. Grandmaster Peter Leko, who was a runner-up for the World Championship and the youngest Grandmaster of all time back in 1994, and who has achieved so many things so that we can go on for many hours just speaking about all of his achievements. So without further ado, let's mention seed number 5.
Seed number 5 is Maghsoodloo, Iranian Grandmaster and a current World Junior Champion.
Under 20. And with a high rating, and we expect a lot of fighting games from him, as we saw in the rapid portion.
Absolutely.
Next in line is Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov of Uzbekistan. And while we mentioned the Grandmaster title next to all the players, I have to state that Nodirbek is only 14 years old and he has been a Grandmaster for the past 15 months. So when he achieved his title at the age of 13 and 1 month old, he was the second youngest of all time to have achieved this title back in 2017.
The next in line is Grandmaster from Germany originally, whose name is Sebastian Bogner and now represents in Switzerland. He is also a Swiss champion 2018.
And since 2013 he represents Switzerland as his chess federation. And let's not forget that in 2008 he already represented Germany in the Olympiad at the age of 17, which is very young. So he was also a very young Grandmaster, and he also achieved the International Master title at 13, which was extremely impressive, especially back in the day when there were no Grandmasters at 12 and 13 all over the place.
Indeed.
Next in line is Grandmaster Georgiadis, who is also one of the strongest players in Switzerland and one of the young talents that are emerging nowadays. And one thing that is important to note about Nico is his fighting spirit. Last year he had a winning position against none other than the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and Carlsen at some point tried to repeat moves and Nico refused the move repetition and went on to play for a win. And what happened there we will reveal later, but I'll just mention that we can expect a lot of fighting chess from Nico. So without further ado, let's have a quick look at the pairings before we move to the actual games, so we can see who's playing against whom. So first board we have
Peter Leko against Sebastian Bogner.
Second board, we have Niko Georgiadis with the white pieces against Sam Shankland.
Next, we have Vidit against Jorge.
And afterwards, we have Abdusattorov versus Maghsoodloo. And just want to note that in the classical format, the players are gaining 3 points for each win and only 1 point for a draw. So they are encouraged to play fighting chess with a lot of unbalanced complications that will take place. And we will see how this will unfold. So without further ado, let us move to the first board of the games and see what's going on. We have a Slav defense in the game between Leko and Bogner, and we can see that it started with d4, d5, c4, black played c6, which is the Slav defense, knight c3, which is not the most common move. Usually players start with the move knight f3, and the point is that after knight f6, if let's say they want to play e3, so the c4 pawn is protected, but it allows the move bishop f5 for black. And in this game, white started with knight c3, allowing some form of a gambit with d takes c4 under better circumstances. But if black decides not to accept this gambit, then white has the additional option of playing e3, like in the game. And in this case, bishop f5 is not as simple as it was before. And let's have a look as black is thinking. Dina, do you have a guess why bishop f5 is not necessarily as impressive as it is after knight f3?
Oh, that's an interesting question, actually.
Try to think, like, to see, like, what's the weakness in black's camp?
Well, the weakness for sure is b7 pawn.
Yes, and the fact that the knight is on c3 instead of the one on f3 puts more pressure
on the d5 pawn.
So how can we try to exploit the fact that these two squares are weakened?
So perhaps we can try by developing the queen,
yes.
Even though developing queen in the opening is not considered as a good option, but sometimes it works.
Yes, so before I show the line that we want to analyze, let's just mention that the big board is not the actual game, only the small one next to us. And the big board is the one we use for analysis and demonstrations. So here, if black were to play bishop f5, which is the main move in case of what I showed earlier with knight f3, so in this line, white cannot exploit this move very convincingly, but here, white can try some tactical ideas involving queen b3. So queen b3 immediately doesn't work that well because of queen b6, and now if c takes d5, then queen takes b3, intermediate move, and black is not losing a pawn, as we can see here. The knight is protecting d5, but we have a different move order. So what can we do instead of queen b3 to try to win some material? Any guess?
Maybe we should start by taking on d5?
Exactly. C takes d5, c takes d5, and only now queen b3. And in this case, we are attacking both squares just like before, but in case of queen b6, we have a better move than c takes d5, since we...
Which is a check?
Check is an option. I actually think it might win a pawn, but...
Oh, maybe just directly capture the queen.
Capturing the queen is a good option positionally to ruin black's pawn structure, which also might be better for white. I believe this is one of the main lines here. But if we just want to win material, which is not necessarily the best, we have knight takes d5.
That's true.
And the point is that if queen takes b3, we don't take back with the queen. We have an intermediate move.
Which is a check,
Knight takes f6, check, followed by a takes b3, and white is a pawn up. So this is the main point of this line. And just to quickly demonstrate, after queen b3, black normally plays knight c6, sacrificing the pawn on b7. White happily grabs it. And then after bishop d7, defending the knight, queen b3, rook b8, attacking the queen, queen d1. We have quite a theoretical position that used to be considered to be good for white, but recent theory and computer evaluations have shown that black can hold and maybe even equalize in this gambit. So actually, the point of knight c3 is to prevent bishop f5, and in modern theory, players still play bishop f5. So it's just a different version of the same lines. So instead of the move bishop f5, we have a6 from black, just like he played in the rapid, which is referred to as the Chebanenko Slav. And here, white played a sophisticated move, queen c2, another queen move in the opening, with the point that after b5, he did not commit to knight f3 yet, and probably there are some differences after b3 that white can exploit. I'm not sure what they are, but it's quite complicated. And queen c2 has the main plus that in some variations the bishop on c8 can be hanging, or the queen can do something along the c file. So after queen c2, black decided against b5. Also, the other main move, e6, is not equally impressive when the queen is on c2 versus the knight on f3. So the way for black to exploit this fact, let's try to guess. How can he try to take advantage of the fact that the queen is on c2?
Or maybe g6, in order to develop the bishop on f5 later on with the tempo.
Yes, g6, that's what black played. And the point being that he wants to play bishop f5 later, attacking the queen. So here, not necessarily on the next move, but sooner or later, when the time is right. And then white wanted to avoid it by means of bishop d3. And black already played a couple of moves, bishop g7, knight f3, castles, and castles by white. And now we are approaching the critical position of the opening very soon. Black has to decide what he does with this bishop on c8. And it's not such an easy decision. This opening has quite a lot of subtleties to it. And it's referred to usually as the Schlechter Slav, this kind of structure with g6, and the normal Slav structure with the pawns on d5 and c6, here and here. So instead of trying to think of what's the best move for black, let us move to board number 2, as Sebastian is thinking. And we have a game between Nico Georgiadis and Sam Shankland. So let's have a look at the opening. Nico played e4, c5, Sicilian defense, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, and now a6. The most popular opening in chess in general, probably the opening that reached the largest number of games from all the different openings for both white and black, which is widely referred to as the
Sicilian
Najdorf. Yeah, and actually here Nico played a very, very interesting line, which is usually considered as the main line. Like this is, there are two main lines, historically speaking. There is bishop e3 and bishop g5, but nowadays among top players, bishop e3 is the one that is more popular and usually considered much more complicated. And e5 being the main move, typical Najdorf move, this is normally where the pawn goes. And now, after knight b3, we will have the main variation with lots of complicated theoretical lines and sacrifices and sharp variations. But Nico decided to go for something a little bit calmer. He played knight f3, which is more positional, because the main move, bishop e6, in case of knight b3, is not so good here because of a nice idea. May I test you once again?
I'm afraid of your tests. So go on.
So after bishop e6, white can exploit the fact that the knight is on f3 and play knight g5, attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves away, then bishop c4 will attack f7 and black will be in some trouble. So bishop e6 is no longer possible. Instead, black plays bishop e7. White played bishop c4 to exploit once again the fact that the bishop is not on c6 and taking over the a2 g8 diagonal. And now black played queen c7, bishop b3, castles, castles, bishop e6 now. Black doesn't mind exchanging his bishop for the white bishop. He doesn't want to give it up for a knight, because then white will have the bishop pair. And white finally develops his last piece and connects the rooks, queen to e2, and black played rook c8, which I believe is considered to be the main line here. Rook c8 in this position has been reached quite a lot of times, and it's a deep move. The idea behind it is that the black player has an open file on the c file, and he knows he will put a rook there, but he still doesn't know whether he wants to put his knight on d7 or c6, so he waits for a move, so that in the next move he can decide when he has more information given white's coming move. So as we see, Nico played something, but we still don't have the move in the transmission. Let's try to think.
Oh, rook fda1.
Yeah, rook fd1. So he develops his rook to the open file. He decides to put the f rook so that the a rook can play in case of bishop takes b3 if we have an open file, or if you want to play a4, a5 in the future and fix the black pawns. So after rook fd1, it seems like Sam is thinking, leaning back, trying to remember what he had analyzed. And as we are looking at this position and waiting for a move from Sam, let us move to board number 3, Vidit versus Cori. And here we have, I believe it's a Bogo Indian. Let's have a look from the start. Seems like quite a, more or less the same position they had in the rapid, if I remember correctly. So white started, Vidit started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, inviting white for the Nimzo Indian in case of knight c3 and bishop b4. But white does not want any businesses with the pin on b4, so he decided to play knight f3, which is the main line nowadays. Bishop b4 check. Anyways, inviting white to play knight c3 and get into the same sharp lines. And white says, no, I want a positional game, bishop d2. Let's exchange bishops, and I will have some lead in development with more space.
A very wise decision, I should say.
According to the positional players among us.
Exactly.
And now queen e7, because bishop takes d2 will lose some time for development in case of knight takes or queen takes d2. So queen e7 develops the queen early and protects the bishop. g3, castles, bishop g2. And now there is an interesting nuance that black wants to play d6 and e5. It's good for him to put his pawns on dark squares after the bishops will be exchanged. But he cannot do it immediately, because if he plays d6, the queen will no longer protect his bishop and he will lose a piece. So therefore he decided to capture and accept his fate and lose a tempo for the development in order to get a solid position. After d6, castles, e5, and now white develops his last remaining piece and connects the rooks, knight c3, and now black plays knight c6 with a very solid position. And Vidit is thinking. Is the volume okay? Anyway, let's move on to board number 4 as Vidit is deciding on his move.
Yeah, Nodirbeck against Parham.
Yeah. Please let us know in the chat if you can hear us, because we sense some change in the volume. So just we want to make sure that everything is all right. And yeah, we will look at the chat soon to see if people can hear us. So the game between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo, we have e4 on the first move. Let's quickly just make sure that people hear us. Audio fine, no problem. Okay, seems legit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mega Motor, for mentioning. So in this position, e4 by white, c5. Once again, the Sicilian defense, the most popular opening in chess. Knight f3, knight c6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3. And nowadays the most popular opening trend is e5, the Sveshnikov Sicilian. But Maghsoodloo went for d6, which is considered to be, at least as far as I can tell, the most fighting and complicated Sicilian of all the variations available to black. And it's called either the classical Sicilian or the Rouser Sicilian. After white plays bishop g5, the Rouser structures occur after any exchange on f6 where black recaptures with the pawn. So this is already referred to as the Rouser. Queen d2, which is the main move, a6, castles, and now the main line of the Rouser, at least according to recent theory, bishop d7, also referred to as the Kozul variation, since Kozul has played it, Grandmaster Kozul from Croatia played it many times, probably throughout his entire career. White decided to go for the solid f3. The main move here, and the much more complicated attempt, is the move f4, after which black usually plays b5, and we have the famous bishop takes f6, g takes f6 structure, and very complicated middle game. So white played f3, wants to have a much calmer game. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop e7, and here the main move is usually h4 or something like king b1, but white decided to go for g4 immediately, which is interesting, and black played bishop c6, developing his bishop to the long diagonal, and maybe preparing some ideas like h6 or knight d7. Sometimes even there are ideas concerning knight takes e4. So I don't know if it works here, but just to show very quickly, if king b1, sometimes there is knight takes e4 ideas with the aim of bishop e7, knight takes e3 check, intermediate move. Probably doesn't work right now, but let's have a look at the game position, bishop c6, and it's white to move. He has to decide between the three logical moves, h4, king b1, or the more sophisticated bishop e3. And now we can have a slower look at the middle game here, since we covered all of the openings of the 4 games. So let's try to think very deeply about what's going on here. And maybe I'll ask my co-commentator here, how would you approach such a position with white if you have no knowledge of how to play it?
Well, first of all, I wanted to mention that we are not surprised by the opening choice of Parham. I mean, Nico mentioned us yesterday that Parham is quite aggressive player, and playing against him is rather wise to remember keeping your king safe.
Yes.
So that explains his choice of, as you mentioned, Tal, the such an aggressive Sicilian line.
Yes, and this actually also explains why white played the move f3, which is much more solid and safe versus f4. So that's a good point. And f3 is probably a wise choice against such an aggressive player. And now knight takes d4 that black played is considered to be quite a rare move, but probably since he played it relatively quickly, we can assume that after the 2 moves that came, that black already planned for such a position earlier on in his preparation. g4, and after bishop c6, now white has to decide on a move in this, let's call it the critical position in the middle game or in the opening so far. So let's say that that you are sitting here, whether the viewer or Dina or myself. How would we approach such a position as white? So what's like the first question that we would ask ourselves?
Perhaps for me, the first question would be where to put my bishop.
From
Bishop
F1.
F1. Yeah, I know that sometimes White doesn't feel any pressure on developing this bishop, but still, knowing it's knowing the basic rules of the openings, it's better to put it somewhere. So perhaps E2 or D3.
Yeah. So the typical plan in this variation, normally speaking, is at some point, some order to play the moves bishop d3, king b1, h4, bishop back to e3 or something. Maybe put the queen first at a safer square, bishop e3. And the only major question is in which order to play these moves. And actually, in case of black playing the b5, b4 push to retreat the knight back to e2. So in this case, we do want to put the bishop on d3, but let's just analyze what happens if white does it straight away. So try to think what might be the flaws of this move if they exist. Because this, as far as I can remember, this is not the main move that white plays, and usually when people don't play the most logical move, there is a reason. So let's try to think about some idea for black. Oh, we have a move, by the way. Yeah,
Yeah, we have bishop
white
E3,
decided to play bishop e3. So
the
before,
other bishop which is already developed.
yes. So and black also responded, but we will look at it in a moment. First, we will mention bishop d3. I'm not entirely sure why it's not the most precise, but that's just my gut feeling. Let's call it this way. And one reason that comes to mind is the idea of h6, because now the variation with bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, queen takes d6 is not available for white, because the rook is no longer protecting the queen on d6. So let's just demonstrate it from earlier. So in this case, let's say after natural move king b1, if black plays h6, white could play bishop takes, and if bishop takes, queen takes d6, will win a pawn. So the rook protects the queen. And in the case of the game, bishop d3, maybe black can play h6, and after white puts his bishop in the most natural square e3, the queen is slightly misplaced because it's trapped by its own pieces, and maybe can be attacked somehow. And both d5 and e5 comes to mind. Even the creative move knight d7 seems very interesting, with some bishop f6 ideas, and the trap that after queen takes g7, bishop f6 can trap the queen. So it will allow black with a lot of creative options to try to exploit the fact that this bishop restricts the queen and the rook from protecting the d6 square. So in the Sicilian, it's like one of the most important things is not only to know where to put the pieces, but actually to understand the depth of in which order to do it and how to exploit it when the opponent confuses the move order. And this is one of the most fascinating and difficult things in chess, at least for me, and as far as I heard to some other players. So after bishop c6, we have some moves. White played bishop e3, so he's preparing kingside attack later on when black castles, and black decided to castle, so we already have a very sharp position. This is the solid option of the two, as we mentioned earlier with f3, but it's still very sharp. White is going for a kingside attack and trying to sacrifice his pawns and open files against the black king. And black is probably going for a queenside attack with his pawns, with the same ideas of opening the files against the white king. And the one who will be faster probably will win the game. It's not so easy to achieve draws in such structures with opposite color, the opposite wings. How do they call it? Castle, opposite wing castles? Something like that. So castles, now white decided to play a move that is committal. Usually they start with h4, but he wanted to see black's decision straight away. Played g5 immediately. Probably wants to see whether black plays knight h5 or knight d7. Sometimes there is a difference. I remember I analyzed some line in the Najdorf once, where if black plays knight h5, I could respond with rook g1, but if black were to play knight to d7, I can respond with h4, with some computer subtleties. So that might be the point behind this move g5, and I guess it's too complicated for us to explain and understand. But black decided for knight d7, and we can expect white to defend with h4 like he just did. And black played b5, and we have a very sharp middle game in front of us. And it's,
Yeah, sorry. There is an interesting fact that which our viewers cannot see on our live broadcast, but there is those players have quite an interesting difference in the on their clock. So as far as I can see, Parham has spent absolutely no time. Not only he has spent on no time, but he also gained 5 minutes.
I believe he starts with an hour and 40 minutes, so he spent a little bit, like 10 minutes less than his opponent. But
okay, yes, that explains everything. But in any way, there is a difference between them two. Yeah, there's a 10 minutes difference.
Yes,
which
Parham
means
is
that
leading.
Parham, in any case, Parham is better prepared in this position.
Or just playing faster, which also could be an idea. Like some players,
Like bluffing? Do you mean that?
I don't call it bluffing. Like some players have a general understanding of where they want to put their pieces and have confidence in just developing. And Kasparov is famous for having played the openings very quickly, even if he didn't necessarily know, because he trusts his intuition. Of course, he was well prepared, but in some cases, even after his preparation, he would play another move or two and develop just according to the typical knowledge at the time of where the pieces should be. So in this case, we can just, the only thing we know for sure is that white is probably not that well prepared in this particular position and delves into some long think. And it's quite an important time to decide on on how to continue, because if you make the wrong decision, then it will probably can cost a full point. And
yeah, this is that kind of position where you should not, perhaps you should not speed up that much,
unless you know exactly and remember
what to do,
what to play. And yeah, so the 10-minute lead implies that black is better prepared to this position. And as white is thinking, let us go back to board number 1 between Leko and Bogner. And we already have some developments. Last time we were in this position after castles. And black played bishop g4, attacking the knight on f3. Would you consider this a threat? Bishop takes f3?
Not necessarily, because you know this is kind of this is such kind of position when you, even if you somehow open the line on your castle side, it's not that dangerous. And for now the position is closed, but we will surely expect some progress later on, which will help us. I mean, playing white which will help us somehow use our both bishops. So I would not try
to take here as
taking
black.
that the knight and giving away bishop.
Yes, but if black is not threatening to capture here, then there comes the question of what is the point of the move bishop g4?
To develop the bishop.
And
but okay, I see what you mean. Like if in any case, at some moment, if you play h3, what would I do? But maybe I would consider capture. But again.
It's a double-edged decision, but let's say on
Yeah.
principle, at least this is complicated, a complicated position with a very high-level chess, but just on principle, if black can open up the white's king position, let's say if white were to develop his bishop, this option of bishop takes f3 is considered to be a good idea to open white's king and have a very solid position with the pawn on g6, which can hardly be moved. So the rook can't really do anything along the g file because the pawn is very well protected. So bishop takes f3. I don't know if it's a big threat, but it's something to notice and be reckoned with. And because of this, white decided to move his knight with tempo. He plays knight e5 and creates the positional threat of capturing on g4 and getting the pair of bishops.
So in this case, that my plan would surely have worked out.
Which plan?
The plan of enjoying the pair of bishops.
Yes, if black would let you capture, that's for sure. And both players seem to agree with the idea that the pair of bishops will favor white. So the bishop retreats to e6. And now the point behind this half a tempo loss for black is that when he plays knight bd7 in the next move, he will be able to exchange some pieces, and this is generally considered to be something good on principle when you have less space, which is the case here for black. So he lost time by allowing white this extra knight e5, but then after knight bd7, sometimes white even wasted a tempo to go back with a knight to f3. So let's see. Now white probably thinks that black is threatening something like d takes c4 and exchanging some pieces as well. So he played c5.
Oh, you know, Tal, this is a kind of move that I always tend to criticize because you give away the pressure from the center, from the d5 square.
Yes, it's breaking the tension.
Yes, it breaks the tension, and therefore black gets the super plan, like the simple plan to prepare e5 and get the better control of the center.
This pawn is untouchable basically from now on, and
the plan is to get e5.
These squares are under good control by black, but the reason for white playing c5 is probably has something to do with the fact that he wants to play f4 sooner or later, and maybe avoid any d takes c4 ideas by black. And maybe his plan is also simple, to play b4, a4, and b5 when the time is right.
Okay, but what about the c1 bishop? I can see that it's clearly suffering. I mean, doesn't have enough air.
Yes,
to breathe.
It's stuck inside the pawn chain. It cannot go out. Ideally, it will be placed on f4, but yeah, this is the main problem in white's position. But black has a similar problem with his bishop now. So this move c5 is quite a double-edged decision, which aims to punish black for moving his bishop twice and using the time that he gained to start his queenside attack or pawn break later on. And notice that not only that black moved his bishop twice, but also the bishop prevents the pawn from e7 from moving forward. So in the future it will take time to arrange this e5 break mentioned. Allow me to just demonstrate very quickly the idea that Dina has just mentioned. Knight bd7. Leko decided to allow the exchange of knights and not to retreat to f3. He plays knight takes d7, now bishop takes d7, and as you can see, the bishop already is moved for the third time. So bishop g4, bishop e6, and now bishop d7, and e5 is still not possible because it takes some time to prepare it. And in the similar structure in the Grunfeld that I used to play with black, the best position for the bishop is actually on c8 because it allows the knight
Oh, really?
to retreat to d7.
That's interesting.
Yes, and it's kind of well known that we want to get e5 as quickly as possible, and the bishop on d7 can disturb with this pawn break. So after bishop takes d7, white played h3.
I think we should also mention that in such position, like as I mentioned earlier, it's a close position. All those tempi with a bishop like 3 times moving are not that important because there is no direct attack or something like this.
Yeah, and Leko played h3, and his opponent already responded with a move, as I can see by the clock in the video.
Yes.
But we still don't have the move in the transmission. Let's try to understand why Petr Leko played the move h3. Because according to beginner's principles, we know that we want to develop our pieces first. So if he decided to delay it by one move and play a move like h3, there must be a reason. What could it be?
But okay, as I mentioned earlier, this is not that important in this position, I believe.
Well, whether it's important or not, there is a reason for having played this move. And I'm interested for us to try to investigate and find this reason, because I'm not sure if black had an idea involving with some e5 break and maybe knight g4 at some point. We need to try to understand. So we have some issues with the video. Let's have a look. If white just played the natural b4 move instead of h3, what would black have played? Why?
Perhaps trying to prepare. Oh yeah, maybe e5 directly, and then, well, I'm not sure. Like I thought e5, d takes e5, knight g4, which would explain h3, but here I can see that there is f4 and queen h4. Well, nothing there, I believe. So
If queen h4, there is h3.
yeah, nothing.
So the critical move might have been f6, but then there is once again h3, and it's not so clear what black
Yeah,
has achieved. After the fourth move, knight h6, e takes f6, queen takes f6, and something like bishop b2, white will be a pawn up. So b4, after the natural move b4, with the aim of bishop b2, a4, and b5, there doesn't seem to be an e5 break straight away. So what else? What else could be the reason?
Okay, queen c7, rook e8,
Queen c7,
knight h5.
preparing e4, e5.
Yeah, all those moves tend to prepare e5, but
So just for example, let's say white plays f4 to prevent e5. Well, how does black proceed? It's not so easy to
there
decide.
might be a plan preparing bishop f5 in a way, somehow,
But how?
by moving away the knight, first of all.
Bishop f5? So
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking something like knight g4, knight h6, but okay, they're just h3 and g4, and the knight will
Yeah.
be ridiculous on the
yeah, and white will have quite a
h6.
big space advantage.
Yeah.
And yeah, g4 is an important move. It weakens the king a little bit, or not such a little bit, but it allows white to maintain all the pieces on the board, because bishop f5 will be an achievement for black if he can exchange his bad bishop. And now white can restrict black from
But okay,
having any
here,
access to this square. So
okay, I can try f6, knight f7, and then prepare e5. You see what I mean?
yeah, but
maybe it's a little too long.
I think it's a little too crowded for black to have such a
Yeah.
position. So after b4, which was not played in the game, we could.
Oh, we could also consider a5 as a move, because you cannot play a3. So yeah, you would go for b5, but it's
Yeah, but
what if it's not that prepared for now?
I think that on principle, if one side is stronger on a certain wing, then we don't want to move pawns on that wing and bring their attack faster to us.
True.
Like this takes time, and if we play a5, we allow this pawn break to take place immediately, and the same applies for white. So, for example, if black were to play the move e5 with the idea e4 or something like that, we don't want to play e4 and help black open the position on his side where his game is going to take place. And by the way, there is a good rule of thumb to know which place or side of the board we should play in. It's quite simple actually. We look at the direction where the pawn chain is pointing. So we have these 4 pawns here. So this is the largest pawn chain that white has. So the direction they point is right here. So all the squares below it are where white has some advantage and should play over there. And the same applies for black. So black has this pawn chain, and maybe one day with the pawn on e5, on e7 reaching e4. So he wants to play in this side of the board, yeah? So it seems like black will has a larger place to play, but
Yeah.
Basically he just has to push e5 and try to get his e4 push, and maybe later something with this pawn moving forward. So knowing this, we don't want to play on this side of the board with black.
Not at all.
Yeah, I think even though we didn't understand fully the point of h3, we can move on with the game, and actually until we have the move by black that we still cannot see, just move on to board number 2 between Georgiadis and Shankland. So here we have some development. Last time we were here we looked at queen e2. Black played rook c8 and rook fd1, and here we stopped. So black once again played a flexible move to, before he decides where to put his knight from b8, he played the move b5. And here white made a very sophisticated move. But before we mention it, like, what's the most natural move that comes to your mind, just in general, when you're looking at this position?
The most natural move would be rook d2 or rook c1, rook ac1. Maybe h3 to reassure the safety of the e3 bishop.
To avoid knight g4 and also
Yes.
creating a window for the king for later. I usually like to mention that after I develop the pieces if I don't know what to do, a window for the king is always decent, always useful. So these are 2 very valid options. And the third one that you mentioned is actually what Nico played after 7.5 minutes of thought.
Oh really?
Rook ac1,
Wow.
which,
yeah, because
which
from
is
the
very
first
sophisticated.
glance, from the first glance, you cannot say that it's such a good move, because basically you put your rook just under the pawn, which is kind of blocked for now by the knight. So it seems like it doesn't seem like we are activating our rook. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why it's not that obvious as a move.
Yeah. So what's the point of rook ac1?
Well, the
white?
point is, of course, thinking about the future, and the nearest future or the farthest future. Nico will try to go for c4 or maybe c3, or well, c3 doesn't make sense. So yeah, c4 or even well, I don't know if in case if black captures on b3. Should I consider in this case c takes b3, or is it like
Well,
ugly,
you,
yeah.
definitely you can
Yeah.
consider it. It might be a very good move. On principle, you want to capture towards the center, but if we
Usually,
have
yeah.
the rook on c1 already, then it makes sense to open up the file for the rook. But let's just stop for a moment and try to ask ourselves, where do we want the pieces to be? Like, we developed all the pieces besides the a1 rook, and we
Okay.
actually don't have a good square for it. Rook d2 is an interesting idea to find a square on d1 and doubling the rooks, but unfortunately d6 is very well protected, and they won't necessarily have something specific to do on the semi-open file, but White has a very clear idea. He wants to
Yeah, I think I know. Usually in such position, you would tend to put the knight on d5.
yes, this is
So
the idea by
perhaps,
White.
Rook c1
And
is just preparing it.
Yeah, Black has a weakness on d5 because his pawns have no longer are no longer able to cover this square. So this is considered a weakness. Usually, when when pawns on both sides of a square can no longer reach it, it can be considered some form of a weakness. And White wants to exploit it by planting his pieces on this square and controlling it as much as he can. So that's why he brought his bishop to this diagonal. That's why he brought his rook to this file, and he wants to jump to d5 with his knight and recapture with pieces. I
Yes,
have to
exactly.
mention. Yeah.
Recapture with pieces, which makes sense because rook c1 and you protect c2 pawn, and
Yes.
even perhaps you do not even want to push it, just for now protect it.
Yes, and after knight d5, I'll mention two separate things. One, what happened in the game and the reason for it. But first, I will say that e takes d5 is considered to be a positional mistake, because when the opponent has a weakness on a certain square and we recapture towards this square with a pawn, then this is no longer a weakness. The d5 square is not weak because we cannot occupy it with pieces anymore. And the main way to exploit a weakness is to just put a piece there which attacks a lot of important squares.
And controls
So,
the center.
yes.
In this case.
Yes. And suddenly after e takes d5, this pawn on d6 will also no longer be a weakness, and this pawn on e5 becomes very strong because it has the potential to move forward later on and control the center. So after bishop takes d5, in case of knight d5, bishop takes d5 is the usual correct response. And now after knight takes d5, and again for the same reasons, a piece recapture on d5, we have a problem. The c2 pawn is hanging. It's protected only once and attacked twice, and there's not much.
But what if we try rook c1
Well,
when queen c2? We cannot. No, it doesn't work. Sorry, there is
Yeah.
bishop f8 and there is no
Yeah, after
checkmate.
queen c2, rook c1, it's a very
Yeah.
nice tactical
But
attempt.
which
but-
doesn't work.
Yeah, if the bishop was not here,
Unfortunately,
it
yeah.
would have
Yeah.
been winning for white. But luckily, black can escape mate by means of bishop f8, and he
There
will
is
win
nothing.
material. So queen takes c2 will just win a pawn for black, and for this reason, planning the move knight d5, white decided to play rook a c1, and black responded with knight bd7. After which white played the move bishop g5. Why
Which
didn't?
is also aimed for the to the same reason, I believe, to
To seize control
to
of the
seize control.
difference.
So we have knight on the f6 who controls the d5 square, and just by eliminating every soldier controlling the castle, or in this case the field, the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we can improve our power on d5.
Yes, so black only has one piece that cannot control d5. It's the bishop on e7. And ideally, white wants to have a knight or a bishop on d5 against this bishop on e7. If white were to choose knight d5 immediately, after the same line of bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes, now
Knight
black
f6.
will have had a tempo of knight f6 attacking both the rook and the pawn and winning some material. So for this reason, Niko decided to play bishop g5 with the positional threat of, let's just demonstrate in case of a random move like h6,
Yeah, we just captured the knight.
capture the knight and achieve the same kind of line in case of an exchange. In the case of a mass exchange, you will have some advantage because the bishop is weak versus a knight that will eventually, after some maneuvering, will attempt to reach the square on d5. So just a funny little example that people do sometimes, something like this.
Yeah, a very nice
Later on.
maneuver.
So yeah,
Just avoid bishop g5.
Yes, so back to the position in the game after bishop g5. Sam is thinking, and Nico seems to be
To be
confident.
rather confident, yeah, I should say, about his position.
Yes, and as we are looking at Sam thinking, let us move to board number 3 between Vidit and Cori. And we don't have too many developments here. After knight c6, Vidit delved into a 19 minutes thought, and he wanted to decide whether to play something forcing or to maybe try to play in a little bit more positional, slow style. So some of the classical moves that are available for white are e3, e4, rook fd1, but Vidit probably was calculating the consequences of the move that he played eventually in the game, knight d5. So he attacks both the queen and the knight, and if in case of knight takes d5, he will open the c file and be able to attack the weakness on c7 later on. So this is an interesting idea, and Cori understood that after knight d5, knight takes d5 is probably not ideal for him. So he also thought for long 13 minutes and went for the move queen back to d8, which seems like some form of a compromise. He played queen e7 a few moves ago, then he eventually took on d2 and gave white a tempo, and now he went back to d8. So white has some lead both in space and in development, and we are curious to see how Vidit will attempt to exploit it, and he does it after another 9 minutes thought with rook fd1, a very subtle
It
move.
makes it like a long time to think.
Yes, both of them are trying to understand the position as deeply as they can, and after rook fd1, we probably create some threats, but it's not so easy to tell the points of these mysterious rook moves quite yet. This is again a complicated topic for advanced level to decide where to put the rooks after we have developed the rest of the pieces, especially when it's so silent and like a silent move with no threats. It's probably based on a lot of calculation and some intuition regarding how the game will develop later on. And the d file will most likely be opened, and white decided to keep his rook on a1, and my first guess is that it will be able to reach the c file in case of a future exchange on d5. So here black is thinking, and as he does, let us move to board number 4, Abdusattorov versus Maghsoodloo. And as we were looking at this interesting pawn sacrifice by white and trying to understand it, why don't we have a quick look at the chat and see if people are here with us?
Yeah, they are.
Yes, we have some people, so feel free to offer moves or ask questions. We will
Absolutely.
be glad to.
We'll be happy to.
Yes, to help you out in our attempts to understand what's going on. So here, last time we spent time on this position, we had the pawn on g5. Yeah, the move b5 was last here. After h4, we saw b5 by black, and white now, after a long think, decided to sacrifice the pawn with h5, which is very interesting.
Indeed.
And that's probably something that we have to spend some time on, not only to explain it to the viewers, but also to understand it ourselves.
Yeah, first to explain it to ourselves.
And here, so first of all, let's do the easy part before we explain the subtleties of this move and the nuances that we don't know about. Let's just mention that this one position on move 15 is the critical position for white in the opening, and this means that his decision in this particular opening, in this particular move, will decide the nature of how his game will develop. He has to decide whether he wants to sacrifice some material and try to play for time, or to play more slowly and claim positional advantage. And if he decides to sacrifice the pawn, he has to calculate a lot of moves. And growing up, I remember reading in some books about the critical moment in the opening, and also being taught by my coach how to think in such a position. And the first thing that I was taught is that a player should stop and think for a long time when they realize they have reached the critical position. So they should not rush. Take at least 10 minutes to pick 3 candidate moves or approaches to how to proceed, and then start calculating and eliminating them one by one. And eventually, if you cannot decide which one is the best, just use your intuition to evaluate which of the 3 you like the most, or which one will provide you with the easiest game later on, so that you don't make many mistakes, and just go for it. And as a rule of thumb, thinking for more than 10 minutes is considered a slight inaccuracy.
Yeah, that's what I've always been told by my coaches as well. So 10 minutes is kind of already a lot. And perhaps in the most critical cases, you could postpone it till 15 minutes, but surely not more. And I also heard recently a lot of experts saying that nowadays in chess, the less you think, the better it is.
To an extent.
Yes, I mean, chess is so complicated, and of course, it's like well, it's an average advice, but still, actually, I guess the stronger you are, the more thoughts. Well, I cannot say exactly like this, but what I mean is that it's usually the more you study, the more questions you get. So it's highly important to recognize that moment that, okay, now I'm getting too deep, and it doesn't make any sense, those minor differences between those the majority of lines.
Yes.
So I think the art of taking a decision is highly important. But it doesn't mean, at the same time, it doesn't mean at all that you should rush with your moves.
Yes.
Both sides are rather negative for your chess. So the average time of thinking on the one move should be like 3 to maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes, I should say. And yeah, there is another thing, a very interesting thing, that if you take the time control that you have for the whole game, like, okay, here we have 1 hour 40 minutes per 40 moves, but usually, like, most club players are used to 1 hour 30 to 40 moves. So if you take that 90 minutes and
divided by 40
divided
to 60
by
moves.
40 moves, that makes so that you have like 2-3
Around
minutes.
2.5 to 3 minutes.
2.5 to 3 minutes by per move, which makes that actually average time that you should spend on a move. But okay, there goes another thing, like you have first 10-15 minutes that you kind of do in a tempo if you know the moves which are you supposed to do.
Yes.
To know the moves in your openings.
Yes.
Yeah, another good advice for our viewers. But okay, nevertheless, yeah. So that means that you kind of economize your time for the further moves, and you have like maybe 3, okay, maybe 4 or 5 moves, but 4 moves. So yeah, coming to a conclusion.
Yeah.
10 minutes is already too much, and a critical moment.
Unless it's a critical moment.
And here goes another question that I wanted to ask you, Tal. How do we define this critical moment?
Oh, that's an art form that takes years to master, and we will attempt to share our thoughts and ideas about it throughout these streams and games, to describe with examples, because just to put it by words and define it is not so easy, but we can show different positions and try to predict when the actual critical moment is. and yeah, and try to understand if we think about it in the same way, and maybe the players prove our point by thinking for a long time on these particular moves. But if I understood correctly, the general advice that to quote what you said earlier, more or less, that one of the coaches said that the less you think, the better.
It's
It
kind of
means
philosophical idea, you see.
yeah, but just to be clear for the viewers, it means that if you have a move that's good enough, you don't have to search for the best move.
Yeah, it's like the perfect is an enemy of the good, or how we say it. The better is the enemy of good. But okay, the point is you should not look for the best move. You should just keep making good moves
Yes.
and avoid any mistakes.
Yes.
So by just keeping playing good moves, normal moves, believe me, nothing wrong can happen to you. Well,
Yes.
more or less.
Yes. So from my experience, if I play around, let's say, the first 20 moves relatively quickly in 2 or 3 minutes per move, or even less, then I have more time for the rest of the game. And when the critical moment, when they arise in the opening, in the middle game, sometimes in the end game, I can afford to think for up until 15 minutes each time and try to make the best decision. Because on these critical moments, even the slightest inaccuracy could affect a lot in what's coming next. So going back to the position after speaking about how much time to spend and why, this position after b5 is critical for white because he has to decide whether he wants to play slowly with a plan like so, or quickly, just like he played in the game with h5. And in case of h5, which is a very committing move, he has to calculate and prove, at least in his own mind, why he's not worse, or at least why he's playing for the initiative and has a chance to be better. And clearly the main move he has to calculate is bishop takes g5, because if black doesn't capture, then white can continue his plan by g6 and opening files against the black king. So bishop takes g5 has been played. White played rook g1, and now we see the point of this pawn sacrifice. First, we have to mention that obviously white is threatening to win a piece, and secondly, black has to decide whether he takes on e3 or moves back to either f6. h6 is not possible, so he has two available moves, and only one of them he should probably play. And in this case, maybe you can also consider some intermediate move e5, but now it's quite a critical moment for black to decide how to defend, because he's a pawn up. If he can consolidate and exchange pieces, he will have some advantage. So in this position, he's thinking, and maybe we can demonstrate how we would calculate in such a position. So Dina, try to just name some variations that come to your mind, and we will demonstrate it to the viewers on the big board.
Okay, so the first move candidate that comes to my mind is capture with the check, because
Yes.
as we
Very important check, otherwise we can get mated.
Exactly. Yeah, as we've mentioned yesterday, I believe first candidate moves should always be captures, checks, and threats.
And actually checks, I believe, is usually coming first. So checks,
Yeah,
captures.
checks, captures, and then threats.
Yes. And
They here both at the same time.
yeah, so bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, and then how would you proceed to calculate in this position? So white probably threatens to take on d6, and maybe some ideas like queen h6 with mating ideas, mating
Yeah.
threats. So
Okay, for now, queen h6 is a serious threat, I believe, because or maybe not, because there is queen f6 coming.
yes.
What if for now black tries just to defend the d6 pawn, something like actually it's not so easy to defend it.
Well, a line that comes to my mind is queen e7,
Yeah, but again,
and now something like queen d4 or queen h6, and in case of queen f6,
f6. Yeah,
to
here we
exchange
can
and take on
the
d6,
pawn. Yeah.
and black gives the pawn back, but maybe can claim that he is very
Equalize,
close to equality
yeah.
with this plan and some decent position for his pieces. And as a general rule of thumb, the endgames in the Sicilian defense are considered to be okay, if not better, for black.
Yes.
So usually black is happy to achieve an endgame. And this is the first line that comes to mind. Let's search for something better for white, because I assume he didn't want to just enter this endgame. So what would he play in case of such a development?
Maybe he could try by developing his bishop, or maybe just you know, there's that rule that bishop is already kind of half developed piece. So what if we just go for rook d2 with the idea of rook g2, and somehow our no need, at least for now, to move the bishop.
Yeah, I find it interesting. The only thing about this move is that it might take some time.
True.
And in the meantime, black also can use the time to try to bring his pieces to the defense with something like this, for example. And
Could be.
it's possible, but not so easy to prove an advantage for white. Another move that comes to my mind in case of this queen e7 is the same idea like queen h6, but from the other side. The difference is that now we don't have to exchange the queens. And in case of queen f6, we can go queen takes d6.
And capture with queen, yeah.
Yes, and we don't exchange queens. We got the pawn back, and then we maybe go back to
Continue
g3
over
later and try to attack with equal material. So in this case, queen d4 seems like a good idea. And if they play a move like g6 or something like that, we can take on d6 under better circumstances.
Yes.
Because now the knight is on d7, this knight is not on f6, and after a move like rook fc8, even though it's still complicated.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there will be such a big advantage here.
But we can try. We can at least try to get something. Queen d6 is not forced. Maybe even bishop h3 first. But yeah, or h takes g6 even, because now after h takes g6, the h file can be very dangerous for black. So
f takes g6.
Yeah, and after f takes g6, the end game seems a little bit better, because
this
now
the
e6 becomes a weakness.
True.
So in the game, just to remind everyone, in the small board, as we can see, oh, black has made a move actually. So he decided against bishop takes e3, and I assume it's because of this line with queen d4, and he decided to play the move bishop f6, and here after bishop f6 he's just attacking the queen and defends the g7 square, and probably white will take the pawn back. That's what we can assume.
But what if... Yeah, okay. I was wondering what could happen after queen takes d6, bishop takes c3. You know, trying to... okay, rook c8 doesn't give anything. No, okay, you take the pawn. Right, no.
I take the knight.
Yeah, you take the knight, even better. So, okay, it doesn't work. Then, yes, queen d6 seems like a logical move.
Yes, and now we can expect rook c8 from black. And then, well, the most natural moves that comes to mind for white is bishop h6, wishing to continue the attack with a sacrifice on g7 followed by h6.
Oh, very nice idea.
But then king h8 can potentially defend everything. And now it's not so easy to find a way to proceed with the attack. So maybe bishop h6 is not so great. In the game, white has taken on d6.
Yes.
Black did not play yet. So he did play rook c8, yeah. So rook c8, and now white is actually thinking in this critical position. So
one more critical position.
Yes,
Doesn't mean so?
it's funny.
I guess in such kind of opening, you can have a lot of critical positions in a row.
Well,
And,
I don't think this is different from the previous one, because in the previous critical position I mentioned where he played h5 here, he should have already have seen the development after all these moves and calculate bishop f6, queen d6, rook c8 and find an idea. Otherwise, he's just granting black lots of counterplay
Yeah.
along this diagonal, and if he has nothing along the g file, then h5 would have been a mistake and he had to justify it by calculation. So maybe we can take some suggestions from the crowd that we have here, since people in the chat are still not offering moves that I can see. So maybe someone here wants to offer a move? It's tough.
Chess is tough.
Chess is tough, especially when facing against top players and trying to suggest moves.
Exactly.
So here with white, what do you think, Dina? Should I be brave and try to help with my suggestions, or distract?
Both, I believe.
So here, the first thing that I ask myself is, what is black threatening? And well, bishop takes c3 has to be reckoned with as an idea. Also b4 is a move that might have some point. And the most logical and natural is bishop e5 followed by queen f6, just increasing the pressure on c3 and on f3, attacking the f3 pawn, and preparing rook fd8. So this is something that I would imagine black would like to do next. And maybe to counter this idea, I would consider a move like queen g3. And the point behind queen g3 is that in case of bishop e5, I have f4. And also, now I do threat bishop h6. So, and I would expect black to play king h8. And now I had this funny little idea of e5. And I don't know if it works, but it's worth calculating. Because after e5, okay, black cannot take with the knight because of the pin. So he takes with the bishop. And now this funny looking move, rook takes d7. Followed by bishop takes g3 and rook takes d8. And later rook takes g3 with two pieces versus a rook and a pawn, which should favor white if I understand correctly. So queen g3 might be an interesting move to consider. So it has two different threats at the same time, bishop h6 and e5. And probably the only way to defend against both simultaneously is queen c7. And king h8 with the bishop. Queen f6, very nice. Protecting the bishop and keeping the rook attacked. f4 is the only move because we don't want to lose the rook for nothing. And now bishop takes c3. And yes, and now white can probably win by b takes c3. And while he's down material, bishop d4, eyeing the g7 square. Yeah, taking on c3 is, yeah, and still bishop d4. And unfortunately for black, even after taking on g3 and bishop takes d7 with a material advantage, white will not take on f8 and equalize or play an endgame a pawn down, but play the move. Where? Pick a square.
Okay, how many
bishop
squares
a1
do
checkmate. Yeah.
f6,
It's
e5,
funny, we have
d4,
6 square, like you
c3,
can take a cube like die from your pocket and just like whatever number comes, put the bishop there. But that's a different game. So in this variation, so queen g3 has some threats. Just remind everyone that the position over the board is this one. So we are suggesting queen g3, and now we're suggesting or checking a defensive idea for black the only move that I can see that prevents both bishop h6 and e5, because after bishop h6 black will exchange queens, which is good for him, and e5 will no longer be strong because there is no pin on the d file. So here it's not so easy to suggest a move for white. Maybe bishop f4, and now bishop e5, and rook d7 is not possible because bishop f4 comes with check, and queen takes g7 seems nice though, because this and h6. So white wins the pawn. So queen takes g7 by a talented person in the crowd who suggests a queen sacrifice in order to win the piece back later on. So this is a very nice variation. After bishop f4, it's not so easy to suggest a move for black, because if e5, bishop h6, if knight e5, then bishop h6 as well, and the knight is pinned, which is not so nice. So queen g3 seems like a very nice move for white. Let's keep searching for a defense for black in case Nadirbek will play this move. So we tried. There is a famous saying by okay, just I'm the only one who heard it, but it's a famous saying by the same coach I mentioned earlier, Ilya Botvinnik. He used to tell me that there is a defense. No, like every position has a defense, like to it. Like you can defend in any position that you have, no matter what. And at first, like I started arguing, and I thought, okay, this is nonsense. I'm queen down, I can't defend, yeah. But the more I grew up as a player, I realized the meaning of this saying, that like it uses the placebo effect in our favor. So if we have a difficult position, so for example, just as commentators, we are having difficulty defending with black. So by thinking or pretending that we know that a defense exists, we can find it. But if we are searching whether it exists or not, it's more difficult. So
I see what you
it's
mean,
like an exercise.
It's a good good exercise, and it's also a good way to how to prepare yourself between a match or a game or a tournament or whatever. Actually, it's just about being positive no matter what is on your board. So even if you have like a very bad position, it is highly important to struggle till the end, because you lose only when you put a 0 into your score sheet.
Yes.
And
So
I can judge by my high experience in women chess that even +3 or -4 is a slight advantage, and it all can switch on to from -3 to +9. Everything's possible when there are emotions, and of course not only in women chess.
exactly. I wanted to say this trait is not
Yes.
exclusive to women. Like just like we saw in this rapid yesterday by all these top players, a lot of there was quite a lot of fluctuation in the evaluation. Even though we did not check with an engine, we could see like the game shifting from one player playing for a win and refusing a draw, then the other one, then the other one. Eventually,
I guess in the game of Sam against
Exactly. Was it Maghsoodloo with white against Shankland with black?
yes,
Yeah. Like
at least 3 or 4 times they changed.
one had a draw and refused, the other one then had a draw and refused, and each one and different player was playing for the initiative. And
also there was that moment when Parham had against another opponent had like a bad position. You remember white pushing f6 and then just
yes, so he played the Stonewall against Cori. I think it was round 3, if I'm not wrong.
yeah, the one we did
And
not cover because of some technical issues.
Yes, apologies again. And what happened there is that he was probably like in a very losing position objectively, then winning, then losing, then winning again. And I think he won on time. If we
Yeah,
didn't verify it, but
That's
it
the
didn't
only
seem.
logical explanation
Yes.
to that what happened.
Yes. So let's just get back to the position after. B4 for black. So B4 is an interesting candidate move. So here instead of king h8, b4. So just to quickly remind everyone, after king h8 we have e5, after queen c7.
Yeah, we
we-
have some
we had
suggestions
bishop
from
f4.
our audience. We have bishop d4 and yeah, as a suggestion, bishop d4.
Without a move number, we cannot really treat
Yes.
the messages because it's hard to make sense of it. We don't know which color and which move. So if you meant bishop d4 for white, then it's hard to guess exactly when. And for
Yeah.
black, I don't know if it will ever make sense. So
I guess it was about the checkmate.
yeah. Probably after.
Makes sense.
Yes. So, but unfortunately, they cannot see the move number here in our interface. So
Oh yes.
feel free to. So if you don't know the move number, so just to make an example for the people in the chat for the future, before getting back to this B4 idea. So here
Now move.
we had this
18.
position. So
Move
if
18.
yeah. So if someone wants to say here 23 bishop d4 at the end, so you can mention after bishop takes d7, like 3 dots, bishop takes d7, bishop d4 by white wins or something like that.
Yeah,
then
now
we'll have a context for the suggestion. So back to what we were analyzing, queen g3, and we have this interesting offer of b4 for black as a defensive measure. Let's have a look at bishop h6. What does black play?
Okay, so you're threatening bishop takes g7.
Indeed. Yeah, probably an exchange sacrifice with g6.
Mm.
Let's say that we take here first. Let's say
No, h is dangerous. F takes g6,
F-
even though it
both are
weakens e6 pawn.
both are dangerous.
The
Oh.
position is dangerous,
Yes. And
isn't
here,
it?
as far as I can tell, this is an interesting move. Bishop c4 or h3, attacking e6. It's not so easy for black to play because soon I will just move the knight back and h takes, yeah? H takes g6, and now here probably queen g3 was played, so good prediction for us. Yes, and h takes g6, and now maybe also bishop c4 h3 with some attacking ideas. Like, seems interesting to me. Like if b takes c3 to try to take here and threaten queen takes g6. What do you think? Looks dangerous
Kind of.
for both. Yeah. I don't know. Bishop c4 makes some sense, but I prefer white because it's easier for white to play. Like if he wants to move with his knight, he can. If he wants to keep the attack, he can. If he wants to just grab material, he can try to do it. So he has the choice of which type of play to go for. And if one of these variations is winning, then it's most likely white will be able to choose it, because black's moves are like his hands are tied in this position after b4. So b4 bishop h6 seems dangerous, and if black takes the piece sacrifice after bishop takes g7, it's probably lost. Seems like bishop g5 check is the only move. But after queen takes and rook takes, there is no defense. Like white has too many threats and he's already a pawn up. So yeah, so b4 is difficult to judge, and he took, oh, and he played king, well, no, he didn't. After queen g3, black is thinking. So white took 13 minutes and a half to play this move queen g3, and yeah, we are expecting black to delve into the long think and in search for a defense. And I invite the viewers to take this position before looking at the move that black will eventually play, to just sit down with a real chessboard and searching for a way to avoid a loss. Because if I were to watch this game, that's what I would do to practice my skills. Defense in chess is probably the most important quality, because it can reduce a lot of damage. And when we defend well, we are not only preventing ourselves from losing, but we are also increasing our winning chances in many games. And yeah, playing in positions where we are better is always nice, and we can just make good moves and survive and sometimes even win. But when we have a dangerous position, if we don't find the only move, then we immediately lose. So I think that's probably one of the most important skills to practice and to develop. And I can also attest that in my own chess, I'm much more proud when I defend the worst position against a high-rated opponent for 4 hours and make a draw than when I win with a nice queen sacrifice. I feel much more satisfied. So it might be just me, but it feels nice.
No, it's true, indeed. But just for me, for instance, the most important is kind of another situation is to win a winning position. You know, this is about another art of in chess, which is art of how you say it.
Art form?
Art, yeah, when you have a winning position and you like realizing or when you have an advantage, you have a winning position, and then you need to win it.
Conversion
So
of the advantage.
Conversion of the advantage.
Technique,
exactly.
yeah.
These techniques are they are the opposite to the defensive techniques. But I guess there are even quotes of famous chess players of all time saying that the most difficult in chess is
To win.
a winning position.
Yeah,
And because, you know, defeating a difficult position is, I do not consider it as something extraordinary, because you have the only one, your motivation is clear. You do not want to lose, so you need to do something. But when you have a winning position, sometimes, even often, you tend to imagine that you've already won, and you have a 1 point
yes.
on the sheet. So
Yes.
that art of you know, calming down and finding a motivation, because somehow you've already did the most like kind of the most difficult, like opening, maybe middle game, and then you have this advantage, for instance, in the end game.
Yeah.
You see, so yeah, in terms of psychology and motivation, for me, defeating is a kind of a normal thing. What else you do? When you come to when you play chess, when you come to the board, you do not come there just to live like in a 1 hour, 2 hours. You come to fight. So that's your normal normal reaction.
Yes, I agree with everything you said. I'll just note one small thing that at least for me, I do think that it's the same skills that I use for defense and for winning, converting winning positions, because the most important thing to do in a winning position is to notice the opponent's counterplay and their threats. And just like we want to prevent the opponent's threat when they are attacking us, I'd like to prevent it when I am better. So if I have the initiative or if I have a material advantage, then as long as I prevent counterplay while unleashing my plans, then they will have no chance. And so that's why I mentioned that I think it's the most important skill, because I think it can be universally applied to all positions. Like this, not defense as a concept, but the idea of prophylactic thinking. So for example, Karpov was a master of defense, and he was very good at attacking, and he was also very good at positional play and in the opening, and he could use all of these skills just universally. And without, let's say, further ado, let's move back to board 1 as Nordibek is searching for an attacking attempt after b4. Yes, yes. So board 1, we have Leko. Yeah. So kudos to our friend in the crowd who suggested b4, but already doesn't like the position. And
That sometimes happens.
yes, and now we are on board 1, and we have some explosives taking place here in the position. We predicted more or less nothing. So
Well, for sure, I can say that I did not expect e4.
yes, but we still like.
By the
look-
way, actually, knight e8 was my idea, to go knight e8 and then prepare e5 by the help of f6.
Yes, but let's just mention before we show what happened in the game that we still don't understand h3 fully, and
Yeah.
it's probably because it's a positional move with that is based on some deep understanding. And now after knight e8,
intuition.
black is threatening e5, so it's a general good advice for everyone to ask themselves what is the opponent threat and prevent it. So if they threat f5, e5, and we want to go f4 and prevent them while grabbing space. Now black plays f6, renewing the idea of e5, which we cannot prevent, but white had a different idea in mind. He wants to reply to e5 by means of e4. So let's just explain the move that white played. If black were to move and play e5 immediately, and now white were to play e4, then e takes d4 is very annoying for white, because the knight on c3 is attacked with tempo. And after he moves the knight wherever, black can take on e4, play f5, and be a pawn up. So if white wants to properly respond with e4, he needs the pawn to not be captured with tempo on the knight. And Leko asked himself, what is the most active square for the knight in terms of the coming attack in the center? And I assume that his answer was the b6 square. So he played knight a4, and after e5, he played e4 immediately, after 13 minutes of thought. And we can assume that he didn't like knight b6. Dina, can you guess what move he didn't like after knight b6? Of course, if the rook moves, then e4 is good for white.
Yes.
But what's the move that Leko didn't want to
Yeah,
allow?
perhaps e4, the
Exactly.
intermediate attacking bishop, and you cannot capture the rook on a8 because there goes e takes
D3.
d3,
Second.
attacking the queen.
Second intermediate move
Yes.
in a row. So knight b6 has not been played. Leko played e4, calculating all the lines. Probably this is not what he spent most of his time on. The thing that he thought of the most, in my view, is whether to play e4 or first to take with one of the pawns and only then play e4, which is not an easy decision at all. And maybe if we get a chance to speak to him sooner or later, we can ask about all the lengthy variations that were going through his mind.
Sure, and I suggest we take this time in order to speak a little bit more to our audience, because we have already some questions.
All right.
So first question goes to you, Tal. We have Jan Lamp asking if Karpov is your favorite player, Tal.
Well, no, he's not. Karpov is not my favorite player at this moment of my chess career, but he is my favorite medicine.
Wow.
Yes, because like I don't know if this makes sense in English, but in Hebrew we have a term called healthy chess versus sick chess, and it's probably not even coming from Hebrew because we have a lot of Russian grandmasters who's using these terms. So Karpov is known for playing very healthy chess. So let's just use the word sound because I heard it, I've seen it in chess books in the same context. So Karpov is playing many sound moves. You won't see him playing an unsound idea. And all of us mortals tend to make all these unsound ideas every now and then. And I treat Karpov games for me as a medicine. So like if I feel like I'm not playing good positional chess in some tournament or even blitz games, I just look at these games and I feel like a little bit healthier in my chess. So I hope this kind of answers the question. And in case there's a follow-up question, the favorite player, at least for now, is Magnus Carlsen.
All right, and there is another question aiming me, myself in this case. Who is your favorite player, Dina? Well, strangely enough, my favorite player, well, first of all, I should say that I do not have a favorite player, but if I want to choose one, I would definitely choose the doctor. I would choose Karpov because, you know, yes, you know, every, okay, not every, but a lot of, every or a lot of chess players have kind of style. Every or a lot of chess players. How is it better to say? Because there are some, can I say every chess player has a style?
Well,
Because, you know, there are those players who are quite universal.
I would say that all chess players are leaning towards some style, but
Yes,
some are more universal, some have no preference. But yeah, like we can deduce a style for each, let's say, world champion or legendary player of the past.
Yeah, and if I tried to do the same for myself, then I would definitely go for that kind of a positional, calm and healthy, prophylactical, easy style. And that explains why, for that case, I would choose Karpov.
A game of Karpov a day keeps the weakness away.
Exactly.
Yes. So let's have a quick look back at board number one as now that all of the lovely questions have been fulfilled.
There is another lovely question by Veg Ann. What is the probability that Carlsen will be World Chess Classic champion next 10 years?
Karpov? Oh,
Carlsen, did I say Karpov?
no, I just didn't listen.
Okay,
I was
what
looking
is
at
the
position.
probability that Carlsen will be World Chess Classic champion next for next 10 days?
Years.
No, not 10 days.
Years.
10 days, sure, he will, but 10 years.
Probability? I don't know how to calculate probabilities, but I would say 50%.
50%, which means already
No,
a lot.
30%.
Okay, 30, but for sure he is a good candidate for such a high post.
Yes, he definitely has a good chance, and yeah, the only reason I'm not saying a higher number is because he has a lot of matches coming up, at least 4 if not 5 until the next 10 years, and losing a match doesn't take more than one game, so, and all of his opposition is extremely strong. And let's not forget that there might be a change in the system somehow, and
True.
in that case it might lower his chances, because Carlsen himself offered some idea of making the world championship like the World Cup in this knockout system between all the players in the world. And if people will take on Carlsen's offer, then he will have even lower chances because he has been knocked out before.
Yeah, because knockout is something where the luck is highly important.
Yeah.
And luck and circumstances,
Yeah.
Okay, now I think it's a good time to switch back to the
To
games.
board one.
Yeah. We also
Between
have
Leko and
our
Bogner.
viewers suggesting the moves. What about the game of Notterbeck against Parham? We have already covered it, but we have some suggestions. But okay.
I think it's better to provide some attention to some of the other boards, and I'm sure they will wait for us with their long things.
We'll come back to this game for sure.
So Leko versus Bogner. We have e4 and Bogner is thinking. So just to show a sample line that black might be calculating. D takes e4, bishop takes e4, e takes d4 with the pawn up. And now most probably the move f5 by whites, either before or after knight b6. So f5 by white is a good positional move because it keeps both the bishop and the knight away from the game, and it limits this bishop for now. And sooner or later white will play bishop f4, rook a d1, and try to collect the d4 pawn later on. So this doesn't seem too promising for black. So instead of e takes d4, maybe black should consider f5 first and only then e takes d4. And now I can smell some tactic by Leko. I don't know which move exactly, but you know there is a feeling of love in the air between between the white pieces and the black king. So
is it called love?
War.
Yeah.
War is in the air. So I feel like
something about hate.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So queen b3 check comes to mind, followed by some idea with taking on b7 at some point. I don't know. Maybe not immediately. Oh, I guess I have an idea. Maybe not queen b3, but actually bishop d3. So now if e takes d4, then queen b3 check and queen takes b7. And if e4, then bishop c4 check, followed by something like d5, or maybe even better, bishop e3, and preparing d5 for later. And something along these lines. And seems like a good position for white because his pieces are more active. And yeah, at least for now. So it's not so easy to suggest a move for black. Another funny move that comes to mind is f5 immediately, which makes me laugh a little bit.
Yeah, such a nice trio of pawns from both sides,
Yes.
which makes it like 6 pawns in the center.
Yes, but the problem with this particular move is that I can definitely smell a sacrifice by white. So, or just e takes d5 with no sacrifices because I just win a pawn. If e4 I have bishop c4, and if cd5 I just take the pawn on e5 like this. So that's a pity. So f5 doesn't work. So let's have a look whether he played already. Yeah, d takes c4 has been played. So now bishop takes c4 is the move we checked, but bishop c4 check is also deserving some attention. And how would you evaluate this position, Dina, on the board? D takes e4, white to move. Would you prefer white or black?
That's an interesting question. I would still prefer black as I did from the early beginning.
Mm-hmm. And I would take white in this position, and I will justify it by the knight being on e8 and the fact that my knight can come to b6 with tempo very soon. So I feel, and white has more space because of these two pawns. Let's not forget, and also this pawn on f6. So we will see how this will unfold. Of course. Oh, here. So now we are checking a line. Looks very nice. Very nice line suggested by the same the
By
same
our
the same
audience.
friend from the crowd. And yeah, if we had a prize section for the best suggestions from the crowd, I'm sure we would have had the winner by now.
And for the best, for the most active participation.
Yes. Both, but there are no. I forgot how to say it in English, but we don't bring multiple prizes to the same person in chess tournament.
Yes.
I forgot how they say the term, but yeah, like it's a concept that I've always been disappointed by.
Prize per hand, something like
Yeah. As a junior player, I've always won the junior prize, but sometimes I got a prize that's higher.
Yes.
I mean, I'm only within my own country, not in abroad. And when I got two prizes and I had to pick one, and then I wouldn't get the other one, even though I felt worthy. So I wish one day this fair law will be broken, will be changed. So
which will be not that fair to other players.
maybe. So here bishop c4 check was played, king h8, and now we're waiting for a move by Petr Leko. And yeah, we can expect a capture on e5. Maybe, probably with the f pawn, but it's hard to say. The line I predict is fe, fe, rook f8, bishop f8, and bishop e3. But I might be wrong. So here, after bishop c4 check, king h8, white is thinking, and as he's thinking, we shall move to the second board between Georgiadis and Shankland, and we have some developments here as well. So we have the position of bishop g5 that we looked at earlier, and Sam actually went for the move h6, which we didn't think was ideal. We presented h6 as a
as a bad move.
not a bad move, but as a waiting, like as a move that does nothing. For example,
I think it's a move that
like we wanted to demonstrate white's plan, so we said, okay, if black makes a pointless move like h6, then so and so, and then he made the exact same move. So it must be deeper than what we imagined. Okay, it's at least a window for the king. So if you don't have anything better, it's a good idea. And then the same prediction took place, and now Sam played the positional move queen c4, forcing the queen exchange because of the double attack. Queen takes c4, rook takes c4, knight d2, mixing attack and defense. And sadly, white has no other option. Ideally, he would like to be able to defend this pawn and then play g3, h4, and only then start maneuvering the knight, so there is no bishop g5 business. But after knight d2, rook a4, black has a tempo on the pawn, and he cannot prevent white cannot prevent black from playing bishop g5 sooner or later, and exchanging the strong knight, and resulting in a equal rook endgame later on. So black played rook c8 with the idea that after, let's say, any knight move, bishop g5 will win a pawn. So, for example, knight b3, bishop g5, and if the rook moves, rook takes c2. So white played king f1, and now black plays bishop g5 threatening to capture on e4 at some point after something like that. So if white takes the free pawn, then black will also capture a free pawn. Actually, he might take on e4 immediately. So it's not so clear how white can play for an advantage. And while Nico is thinking, in this relatively simple position, let us move to board number 3 between Vidit and Cori. And let's see how much they've been thinking, because that was quite interesting. Remember, rook fd1, deep move. Cori played relatively quickly with the move rook e8. D takes e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, rook takes e5, rook ac1, and now Cori delved into a 20 minutes thought, and in this critical position for him in the opening, decided to play bishop to g4. So he develops the bishop with a tempo on e2, and he's asking white some questions.
For instance, what about e2 pawn?
Yes, that's... What about him?
That he could ask.
Yes. And now white has no active way to defend the pawn. Like, the only active move that defends the pawn is f3, but it weakens the king and blocks the bishop in the long diagonal. So a few moves that come to mind are knight e3, rook e1, knight c3, and basically lots of passive moves. Yeah, yes. Yeah, f3 as I mentioned, and Vidit has to decide which one of these moves. What? Oh, Vidit has actually played rook e1, as I see. Rook e1 was played in the game. Did you mention queen f4? So queen f4, threatening to win a piece by knight f6 check and queen g4. So black, if he wants to capture the pawn, he has to capture with the bishop. And now, yes, and now b7 is hanging, but we have to first move the rook, and I believe white is losing a pawn. So Vidit decided to play the move rook e1 after another 20 minutes.
No, really?
Wow, how much time does he have? 45 minutes left, so less than half of what he started, and it's only move number 15. So if he continues to think so long on each move, like he will be in time pressure by move 30, and that's never a good thing when you have 40 moves until the time control. So here in this position after rook e1, I like white's position. Yeah, it's slightly better because of the space advantage and the bishop on the long diagonal, but as Leko mentioned yesterday, the advantage might be microscopic, and we can move on to board number 4 between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo, and have a look at the position. So how things unfolded. b4 was played like we were analyzing earlier. Abdusattorov played the move we predicted with bishop h6, g6, hg, hg, and now we stopped our calculation and suggested that white has a very big choice between these 3 moves, and he played a 4th move, e5, that we didn't offer, which seems incredibly strong at first sight, because black probably cannot take. We have to understand why, but he probably cannot take, and if he won't take, then e5 will be very annoying, because knight will come to the attack from e4. So after e5 that white played after 14 minutes of thought, black is trying to understand what is going on, and he did take on e5. Black decided to take, and now we have to understand what's going on. So Dina, how will you calculate such a position as white?
Okay, so my queen is under attack. I need to move it. But I can also play f4 or bishop f4. Bishop
So,
f4 I don't like because I lose a piece. Yeah.
so f4 is one option.
Yeah.
Moving the queen is another, and bishop f4 might give up some material.
Yes. Another option would be probably another option. I'm not sure here.
Wow, Abdusattorov has only 27 minutes left, and he has played f4.
He's 1 hour and 12.
Yes, and just let's.
I'm sorry, but I think there we have some kind of a technical issue according to comments we get here. We need to check with an operator, but perhaps, yeah, my micro is not working.
Dina's microphone might not be working.
Thank you to our viewers.
For mentioning. So let's.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make a short break. I believe it's been a while. We are here.
So we will be back with this critical position after bishop takes c5, critical position of the middle game between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo very shortly. So thanks a lot for everyone watching so far and for the people participating in the chat and also in the crowd here. And we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. See you soon.
Hello, how are you?
Not really too much, huh? Aber all of a sudden, ausgefallen. All of a sudden, stopped working.
Do you hear me?
Du hast noch aufstellen dort, rauf. Du hast noch schnell den mal rauf. Am Mikrofon.
This is working, huh? That is correct.
Oh yes, it is working. Or this is one is working. Yeah, mine is.
Dein auch. Deiner funktioniert auch. Okay, it's working.
So since it's working. Oh yes, our audience can hear me loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Are you not online? I'm not sure.
Our voice is online.
Our voice is online, yes. Okay. So.
How much time? When are we back? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I believe the problem with the mic has been fixed,
Yes, thanks to our audience, by the way.
and now we have to. Me? I have to. Okay, so I will turn it on in a moment.
So I believe there have been many moves since the last time we were here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Last time we were here, we looked at the move f4 by white. So
Game number 4, board number 4.
yes, between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo. f4 was played by white. Black played bishop g7. Bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and knight e2. And now black is thinking, and he has quite a lot of time on the clock, more than an hour.
Yeah, and the time difference between both players is
Almost 40 minutes.
very impressive.
Yes. And it's not so easy for us to understand how white will proceed with his attack. Seems like black has defended very well, and this move b4 over here, which we initially liked for black and then decided it's good for white, at least based on the outcome in the game, it might be a good move for black. Bishop h6, g6, hg, hg, and now the exchange sacrifice might favor black after b takes c3, and the idea of let's say knight e2, bishop g7 will not necessarily achieve much, and we didn't go very deeply, but my idea with bishop c4, bishop h3 and so on, with the attempt to sacrifice on e6, also probably will not win for white, at least not so easily. And for these reasons, white thought for quite a while, and after more than 14 minutes of thought, decided to go for e5, and black took on e5. One thing I didn't manage to fully ask is what happens had black played bishop h4 followed by a bit takes c3, and that's something that really has to be calculated. I'm sure both players have went through this option, but I can't really see how white will checkmate the black king after bishop h4. But let's say, for example, something like queen h3, bit takes c3. If white goes rook h1, there is bishop g5 check. And, well, no, actually here, if bishop takes, queen takes, king b1, the option for queen h5 is probably not losing for black, at least as far as I can see. So after bishop g5 check, if king b1, black had some chances to defend, but the position is very complicated, and white is trying to checkmate black. We don't want to look at this variation for too long because the game developed in another way, so they must have analyzed it, calculated it, and decided that bishop takes e5 is the way, because white allowed it and black decided not to go for it. So this is, both of them put the stamp that this is probably not just losing a piece for nothing. So bishop takes e5, f4, bishop back to g7, exchanging the strongest piece in the attack for white. Now bishop takes g7, king g7, knight e2, black is a pawn up, and he is thinking, and as he does, maybe we can move back to another sharp position on board 1 between Leko and Bogner. And we have some development. So last time we were here, we looked at this position after white pushed e4. And we mentioned that after d takes e4 that has been played in the game, instead of bishop c4 check, which occurred, there is a funny line with the piece sacrifice. After bishop takes e4, f5, f takes e5, f takes e4, queen check, king h8, rook f8, bishop f8, and knight b6, threatening the move queen f7.
Double attack.
Double attack on both bishops, with the idea that after rook b8, queen f7, bishop e7, there is bishop g5 for white, with queen f8 checkmate in the air. So it's not so clear what would have happened here, but bishop takes c4 was an interesting alternative. White decided to go for the check on c4 followed by knight b6. Now if rook moves, then let's say to b8, probably d takes c5, and now if f takes e5, then probably something along the lines of knight takes d7 and queen takes e4 should favor white with the bishop pair, and some space advantage as well. So in this position, rook b8 is just passive and worse for black, so we decided to sacrifice the exchange by means of e takes d4. And in this position, I guess if white takes on a8, then there will be a move like d3 or something, and trying to keep both pawns alive. And if queen takes e4, then black can play f5 with tempo on the queen and protect the d4 pawn. So it's not so easy for white to take on a8. Let's try to calculate it. Knight takes a8. But after d3 there is a nice move for white. Nice tactic that I can see.
Is it about sacrificing bishop?
Yeah, bishop takes d3. And now if e takes d3, queen d3, the knight is indirectly protected by the fact that the bishop on d7 is attacked. And if black will not capture the knight, then knight b6 will come. So d3 is not a good move as far as I can tell. So in the position in the game, knight takes a8 has been played. And as we mentioned, d3 fails, so black decided to play queen a8. So in fact, he aimed for a position with an exchange down. Queen takes e4 and f5. And he has 1 point for the exchange. And it won't be too much to say that white is better here, leading by material, but also the knight on e8 still is out of the game. So it's not like black has the two bishops and white has one bishop and for the exchange. It's this knight that is the compensation. So it's not as impressive as I would like it to be for black. So Dina, what do you think about the evaluation?
Yeah, as far as I can see, there is kind of I don't know exactly how to say, but okay. In any case,
You think that white is better here?
yeah,
Would you pick white had you played? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So pawn what? Yeah, the pawn on d4 is weak, and now it's a question of where to put the queen. So queen d3, maybe later move the b pawn, bishop b2, and trying to attack this pawn as much as we can. And I think white has quite a large advantage. So as we are waiting for another move by white, let's move on to board number 2 between Georgiadis and Shankland. And we have some development here.
Yeah, a lot of
Wow.
development actually.
Shankland really wants to play for a win.
He does.
The position seemed after bishop g5 quite dull, at least in terms of
Yeah, we were
sharpness.
waiting for a quick draw,
not draw, but let's say liquidation into a rook endgame.
liquidation. Yeah.
But like the other positions are so sharp, and here we expected something very simple to take place. So g3, black played rook c6, c3, and we could expect black to just take on d2. So let's just show the line. At least I expected bishop d2, rook d2, rook e4, rook d1, followed by some draw or drawish position after rook takes d6. But it's not something Sam would like to allow, and he played rook takes e4, aiming to win material in case of knight takes e4, because after bishop c1, b2 will be hanging. And now white has prepared this idea of f4, and the only move not to lose material is bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and now in this sharp endgame, black has 3 pawns for the piece, and he is going to try to play for the win. Intuitively speaking, Dina, which color will you pick here if you had to choose?
Well, just basing on my intuition, I would always choose the material, even though here it's kind of equal. For me, knight would be more important than the pawns, but again, everything depends on the activity on those pawns. Like, what I mean is, white should not. White should be rather active with his plan, because otherwise,
The pawns will push,
yeah, pawns will push and.
move forward.
Knight won't
They're all
affect
different
anymore on this position.
issues. So in this position, we can expect a move like king e2 from Nico. And then Sam will probably try to play f5, bring the king to e6, and push his pawns and see what happens. The key for white to take over the initiative is to find a square for the knight. And it's not so easy, because the e4 square is the juiciest one that I can think of, but it's not available because of the rook and the pawn that will eventually come to f5. So I feel like this knight will eventually land on e3 and try to like push something like c4 and activate it from the queen side. So we will soon see what will happen here.
Another idea could be to try to attack as fast as possible the only weakness black has, which is d6 pawn.
Yeah, but with the knight it's not so easy.
Yeah,
So-
I mean like a plan for white.
Yeah, so probably we'll attack with both rooks
Yes.
But the problem is that there's no
Black
time.
Black has enough time to
bring
go
the king.
to bring the king and defend it. That's true.
Yeah.
So Tal, does it mean that you would prefer Black here?
I would prefer to play with Black because in this case he has easier moves. So no matter what White does, I will play these 3 moves later, and then G5, G4, H5, H4, and just move the rooks depending on what White is doing. It's very simple, at least practically speaking. And generally in chess, I like to achieve positions which are easier to play. That's much more important than to try to get an objective advantage, because a game of chess is won by mistakes, not by good moves. And if the opponent doesn't make any mistakes, we will not be able to win. So assuming that my intuition is correct and Black is not losing, then it's easier to play with Black.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically on your for yourself, yeah, easier to play for yourself, like you being a player.
Like White has more difficult problems or questions to answer. Find activity for his knight, dealing with the pawns coming forward, and pushing pawns is something that's not so difficult because they are very simple pieces, and the knight is probably the most complicated piece to control.
Yes.
Even though it's probably my favorite piece, I will not play with it when it comes to positions that are not easier for me to play. I like the knight where I can attack weaknesses and create some threats without my opponent pushing pawns for the win. So rook takes a 4 check is in the game. White decided for king g2, which is quite interesting, going away from the center. Probably the reason has something to do with the maneuver of the knight later on. Maybe he wants to put it on g3, maybe he wants to be able to put the knight on e2 at some point, who knows. Yeah, rook f1 could be the next move, trying to get rid of the most active piece by Black. So, as we are waiting for a move from Sam that has been played,
As we were waiting for the move,
Yes. Yes, as we are waiting for a move from someone, I don't want to say Nico because then he will make the move. Let's move on to board number 3 between Vidit and Cori. And wow, we have some developments here. Rook e1 was the last time we looked at this position. Now Cori played rook e8 back, which is already in itself a slight admission to the position being worse. Rook c3 by Vidit. He didn't take the pawn because after knight f6, queen f6, bishop b7, rook b8, and the b2 pawn will fall. So he played rook c3 with the threat of taking on f6. This is a nice positional rook lift, which helps control the third rank and potentially doubling rooks later on in the game after White will push e4. So rook b8, e4, knight d7, f4, grabbing space, bishop e6, b3, very solid move, just solidifying.
as doctor says.
Yes, solidifying the position. a5, rook c to e3 as we managed to predict. And now Black is thinking. Black is definitely worse, but it's not so easy to find a way to break through because he has no weaknesses besides the space situation. And I think the most interesting game so far is the one we're approaching to, board number 4, Abdusattorov versus Maghsoodloo. And here we have bishop h3 played after queen f6, knight d4, knight c5, and yeah, White decided to go for bishop h3. Yeah, it's not so easy to recommend anything for White. It feels intuitively as if Black is already winning because he's pawn up and the White has a second weakness on f4. If anyone watched us yesterday, we spoke about the principle of 2 weaknesses that's required in order to win a chess game, and pawn up being one, f4 potentially being the second one. So the only thing black has to take care of in order to convert his advantage is to prevent counterplay from white, prevent any attacking ideas, and any attempt to activate his pieces with tempo, and just bring this rook to the game, improve these two pieces, and if nothing special happens, black will probably win the game sooner or later.
So can we suggest that, first of all, in this game, white had a very interesting pawn sacrifice with nice attacking ideas, and then, I mean, was it justified, this sacrifice?
Well, the game in itself is not a proof for or against the sacrifice.
Yes,
but
that's
we
what I
can say
mean.
that practically speaking, when playing against the world champion, we would like to prevent them from being able to outsmart us. Okay, I don't know if how these players think because they are higher rated than me, but when I play against very strong opponents, I try to keep the game under control. So I know my limits, and in the case of this pawn sacrifice, it seems like it's not so easy to calculate all the way until the end. And
Yeah, it's kind of
secure.
an based on intuition sacrifice.
Yes, and while this position after bishop f6, queen d6, rook c8, queen g3 felt good for white, if I couldn't...
That's what we basically, that was our conclusion. We
Yes.
actually enjoyed this position for white, and then somehow
Yeah, something went wrong. So if we calculate this position after b4, if we can't find anything concrete, then it's probably better to refrain from such pawn sacrifices. But we hope that white found something back when he played h5. And just a proof of why I wasn't sure, or we weren't sure, when we looked at this position, is that we didn't suggest a specific line. We were just happy. We have this, we have that, we have this. And then we couldn't really find a concrete way. And when we start looking at many lines and just saying, we'll find something later, that's a place where our opponent can outcalculate us and find a defense in all variations, leaving us with a bad position. So h5 was a very interesting move back here, but even though it's the best way to play for a win for white, it's not necessarily the best way to secure
your win, or
no,
it's
not
just
win,
your
to secure safety.
safety. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, as we have seen in the last game of the Rapid yesterday, Nico managed to win against the same player with black by just playing solely chess and showing that he doesn't mind repeating moves. So there are many different ways to try to play for the win, and attacking one of the best attackers is not necessarily what everyone would choose. So in this case, it seemed like the plan backfired, and yeah, black is thinking and played bishop e4. So he probably asked himself, what's the opponent's threat? No threat, or nothing that I can immediately mention. And if there is no threat, we ask ourselves which piece doesn't work. The bishop on c6 can be easily activated, and bishop e4 was played.
I'm afraid we are back with our micro problems.
Yeah,
This time it's your turn, Tal. So
let's see. This time it's my mic. It's turned off. Let's try to turn it on.
yeah, back to some technical problems.
Is it good? Seems like it's working now, yeah? Okay.
Perfect.
It turned off for some reason.
You are lucky. You didn't take that much time to
To fix it. Yes.
comparing to me.
Look at the player sitting down and try to imagine like who's better without seeing the position.
Well, I think Parham looks more
Confident, yeah?
confident.
He's leaning back, and it seems like he knows what he's doing, and the opponent is searching for resources for the defense.
when at the same time Nodirbek looks like in a time trouble, which is actually
Factually true.
factually true.
So
14 minutes, well, not yet that
so
trouble, but close to a big trouble.
yes. So back to the board. Here, bishop e4 has been played. As mentioned, which piece doesn't work? The bishop. We bring it closer to the most active square in the center. For those who are not very good with the details of this, where is the center in chess, this is considered the small center, and this is considered the large center, where we put all our light pieces, bishops and knights. So the bishop came to a very active square in the center, and now white played a solid move, king b1, and escaping the pin. And now it's time for black to activate his last remaining piece, which is
The rook on f8, I believe.
indeed. So either rook h8 or rook d8 are the main options, and it's up for black to decide which move he prefers. Intuitively, going to the center is safer. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like the more principled approach, and now we can go back to board number 1, which is also very interesting, between Leko and Bogner. Queen takes e4, f5, just like our audience predicted, queen d3, knight c7, and b4, going for the demolition of the d4 pawn. So we could say that black wants to save it. He played bishop e6, probably wants to secure the e6 square for the knight later on to defend the pawn. So here white is thinking, and here in this game Leko probably has a time advantage. Let's have a look. Yes, Leko has
Yes, he has 22 minutes up to
on the
his,
clock. Yeah.
in comparing with his opponent, which is kind of a lot.
Yeah, yeah. This is only move number 21, and they have 19 more moves to make. Normally, you want to have like at least in amateur games. When I say amateur, I mean club player and title players games. We see the first 20 moves are played much faster than the next 20 moves
Yes.
because of the theory and the knowledge of the middle games. And it seems like here the players take a lot of time for the first 20 moves. And even for the 40 minutes that Leko had for the next 19 moves are not enough, because it's like less than 3 minutes per move. And in such complicated situations where you're better and you want to convert your advantage, you normally try to think for 5-6 minutes in critical moments. So I wouldn't be comfortable thinking for 6 minutes or 10 minutes when I have only 40 on the clock, especially if I can't find a good move.
Neither would I.
Yeah. So 40 minutes are close to time pressure. 20 minutes are closer. And Sebastian Bogner with black, who has to defend a tough position, has only 20 minutes for 19 moves, which is a minute and a half per move, taking the increment into account. So that's not a lot at all. And he will have to move to rapid mode in a move or two.
Hoping that he has learned some lessons from yesterday.
Yes. So after bishop e6, white is thinking, and as he does, let us move to board number 2 between Georgiadis and Shankland. And so we saw f5. Knight b3 has been played. Now rook g4 check, attempting to probably push something like g5 later on, and maybe even h5. So if king f3, for example, maybe h5, preparing e4 and f4 on the next moves, so protecting the rook. So let us see what resources white has. It's not so easy to pick where to put the king. What would you play here as white?
Well, I would still try to activate the king on f3, but otherwise king f2.
King f2 makes the most sense to me as well, not to be hit by the pawns with tempo.
Yeah, I agree
And
with you.
yeah, now for black, once again, it's quite easy. You just have to push your pawns. But now white is aiming for rook d1, and then he wants to attack. So we shouldn't spend too much time on the pawns. Maybe king f7, coming to the help of our main weakness on d6. And now we can calculate rook cd1, king e6, and most probably something along the lines of knight a5.
Rook b6 and c4. Is
Rook
that your
b6.
plan? No, c4 doesn't
c4
work.
no, but
b3, preparing c4.
the rook is slightly passive, so maybe b3 preparing
preparing
c4.
c4, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And c4, after which we can try even c5 in some cases. So white has his counterplay, and it's pretty safe to say that black is not going to have an easy task converting his past pawns. It's not even an advantage. It's just
Compensation.
yeah. Like he has more pawns. The opponent has one more piece, so each has their own advantages. And for black to convert the fact that he has all these pawns is not so easy. And now that Nico has shown us the way of where to put the knight and the rooks, maybe I will slightly change my evaluation and pick my favorite piece and take white if I had the choice, even though nobody asked me. So rook g4 check. So
Let's imagine I did.
yeah, thank you. So
Very welcome.
moving on to board number 3 between Vidit and Cori. Oh, and just made a move. Okay, let's quickly go back to board number 2 just to see what move, if we were right. King h1.
Oh no! It's
we-
like all the how did you say yesterday? Every grandmaster knows that. Well, it always it suits better for the opening, but
yeah. You mean when a grandmaster plays King h1?
yeah, okay, but it doesn't go well with this position. So we could just say that such a nice deactivating of your passivation of your king.
Yeah, white is passivating the king in order to keep it safe from checks. Probably king f7 is to be expected, and it's hard to say. Maybe once. No, I don't know. I honestly don't know the follow-up for. Oh, I don't have a mic again.
Don't you?
I'm back with the microphone. So king h1 is passivating the king,
Passivating the king, right?
and now after rook cd1 and king e6, it's hard to predict what moves will take place by white to justify the king being on h1. But maybe you just want to avoid a draw, because like in this case in the game, after king h1, let's say white played king f2, then maybe black could have repeated moves by means of rook h4 and rook g4 check. So maybe white is just playing for a win when he plays this move king h1.
Oh, that explains everything, actually.
That's my only guess. And yeah, and now we can finally move to board number 3, hoping Sam will not make a move as we speak. And
Thank you, Sam.
so here, after rook a8, wow, rook c3, black played rook a8, preparing against any a3 b4 ideas in advance, so the a file will be open. White activating his queen with queen d4, rook b8. So black just waits for white to tell him.
What to do?
Yes. What? And again, no battery. Okay. So how about we go
Yeah,
for a short break
so
again?
it's a high time we did a short break,
Because
a
of the
very short break,
batteries,
I believe this time.
because of my mic. Yeah. We are back, everyone. Apologies, we have some issues with the batteries of the mic and we keep changing them.
Very small issues.
Yes, our notes are so powerful that they take away a lot of energy. So here we had a position rook b8, knight c3, back, which is a deep move, aiming to probably go to b5. And in this position, also wants to avoid some piece exchange on d5. So white played knight c3, and now black played f6. Knight b5 as mentioned, and rook back to a8. So it's clear that white has the upper hand, but it's not so easy to push forward. White will probably try to improve his position by means of h3, king h2, and then slowly push his pawns either on the king side, or even both simultaneously. So here we can expect a long and lengthy game, and even though Vidit doesn't have too much time, as far as I remember, he has like 25 minutes.
Oh, actually
It's
they
still-
have the same time.
Yeah, it's still pretty easy for him to make the next 17 moves because black is just moving back and forth. So he can just pass the moves and think later when he gets to the time control. That's at least what most professionals do when they have they're low on time, but they have a dominating position. And it's very important actually in chess to be able to have this, how do they call it, like, domination, I guess is the word, for like all the pieces are better than the opponent's counterparts, we have more space, and then we just move back and forth, and not only to gain time, but also a lot of world champions used to do it just to show psychologically, like, you know who's leading the game here. I'm gonna show you, like, wherever I go, you go. And that takes, like, blows the wind away from one's sails very easily. So here, moving on to board number 4 between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo. And we have some developments. After king b1, black agreed with us and played rook fd8, queen e3, rook d5, f5, and this is an important move to mention. And Dina, would you have considered a move like f5 in such a position?
Surely it would not be my priority.
Yeah, and it's relying on a well-known concept that when we have a losing position or near losing position, one of the best advice that I've heard and try to apply in my own games is that I should try to find a way to change the character of the position, like change the nature of the position. So if the position is static, to make it more dynamic. If I'm being attacked, I will try to sacrifice a material to become the attacker. And by changing the nature of the position, there is a chance to confuse the opponent. Of course, it's still losing if I had the losing position in the first place, but it increases the chance to confuse the opponent. Because sometimes, for example, if I play f5 and try to attack, they might not pick the best moves just in order to secure the win. They don't want to risk losing. So they might make some compromises and allow us to maybe somehow find some chance and defend a position that's a little bit less losing. So f5 is a good practical decision, but hard to calculate. So e takes f5 was played.
So basically you're trying to trap your opponent or just to confuse him.
Yes, to force him to make difficult decisions instead of just bringing his pieces and winning easily.
To to make him have some practical problems. Yeah?
Yes, pose problems, exactly.
To resolve.
So after e takes f5, knight takes f5, rook takes f5, bishop takes, queen takes. Seems like black is even more in control than before. Rook d2. Black has 2 pieces and a pawn up in exchange for a rook, which according to some schools counts as 3 points lead. According to some others, it's only 2 points lead, but that's quite a lot nevertheless. So what move would you consider here as black? First off, you can ask yourself what is the opponent threatening?
What is the opponent threatening?
What is the opponent's threat, or what's the opponent threatening? Yeah.
What's the opponent threat?
There are many ways to ask the same question.
Okay, so I don't see it.
Me neither.
Okay, maybe what about queen d4,
Followed by
a double attack? This could be a threat.
queen d4.
So if we want to defend ourselves,
Followed by a double attack.
yeah, we can just take the. I mean, can't we take the pawn on b4?
So this might be an idea.
Yeah. So in this case, I would just play knight e6, trying to protect that pawn.
Black decided to do the same thing in a more active.
I think we have one more technical issue, which is our.
The stream is fine.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's just continue.
Okay, so in this position, Black decided to prevent the threat you mentioned, Dina,
Yes.
but in a more active fashion with queen e5. The idea being that there is no queen d4 anymore,
Right.
and activating the queen in the process, and maybe preparing some f5 later, and stabilizing the bishop on e4. And after the move queen e5, we can expect Black to win the game pretty shortly. He is threatening knight a4, bishop takes c2 check as well, and it's really hard to find a move for white. And the endgame after queen d4 is surely losing. Actually, I see a nice tactic here. Dina, what would you have played here?
Oh, I see. You can try to. You can capture a c2 pawn with the idea that if, well, rook cannot take because it protects the queen, and in case if king takes, then you can just win white queen with the help of knight e6.
Yes, knight e6 check, and if rook takes, then the rook no longer protects the queen. And if king a1, how would you continue? That's a trick question, because there is no way, but
Oh, I see.
sadly
Knight b3, a takes b3, and queen a5, checkmate.
you're almost right. I also thought this was working, but sadly for me,
What?
this is not a
Oh,
legal
it
move.
cannot. Oh.
But there is no other way.
Oh, wait
I was
a
hoping.
second.
Rook c5,
No, it
they
doesn't
can take
work.
and take on c2.
Take bishop, yeah. But wait, maybe there is something, no?
No.
Wait, first, if you take first on d4 and then go rook a5.
Yeah.
Still not working.
But instead of knight b3 check, Black can just take on d4 and win with the 2 pawns up.
Okay, yeah, it's better not to invent.
The wheel.
I mean, well, according to some, according to our special agents, we still have some technical problems. But the stream is fine, so we should just continue.
So after queen e5, White has played king a1, preventing this idea of bishop takes e2. Now rook e8, protecting the queen and preparing some attacking ideas. Maybe knight a4. Now rook e1 has been played. Maybe we can expect something like f5 now from Black. So in this case, we think that Black is going to win 10 games out of 10.
Right.
Especially in this time control where he has 42 minutes against White's 10 minutes.
True.
And we can move on to board number 1 between Leko and Bogner. And see how this game has developed. After bishop e6, bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, and queen c4, attacking the knight. And now if the rook will defend the knight, rook e1 probably is an idea. and it's not so easy to keep the knight on this square, and bishop b2 will come sooner or later. And if the d4 pawn will fall, then so will the black's position due to an exchange down and an exchange of his strong bishop, which is both a defender and an attacker. So yeah, it's pretty safe to say that white is significantly better here as well. And as you can see, Bogner is doing most of the thinking, Leko is doing most of the walking. And moving on to board number 2 between Georgiadis and Shankland. Here Georgiadis played king h1, f4, knight a5.
He neglected your suggestion about not hurrying up with pushing pawns.
Yeah, f4. Probably his idea was that after rook d1, you can play f3, and if rook takes d6, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, f2,
Rook d1.
rook d1, and rook e4, followed by rook e1, and still it's not winning for black because of this. So
Rook f1, yeah, right. So it's okay.
for white.
All right.
So I was trying to explain a line but failed in the middle. So f4,
That happens.
yeah, rook cd1. So f3 seems critical, but if rook d6, rook d6, rook d6, let's have a look. Here, here. Maybe e4 followed by e3. But then knight d4. And white is okay, I guess. So why did white not go for rook d1?
Rook g6.
Rook g6 is passive, so it's an
It is,
achievement.
but you can. It's your king is also passive. And
Okay, let's change the move order. Here, I start with e4. Now there is maybe no time for knight d4.
oh yeah,
And now I'm threatening e3 followed by e2. And if you go knight d4, then I go f2
and if I go knight d2,
knight d2, f2, and I'm threatening checkmate. So,
not funny.
yeah.
But okay, maybe it's not losing for white.
Funny. So here, rook.
Wait. If we continue that variation with knight d2, f2, knight f. No, not f1. Knight d2, f2, h3.
Okay, check and e3, and that's all she wrote,
Okay.
I believe. So here, f4 followed by f3 and e4 is a nice trap by Sam. So Nico went for knight a5, rook b6, and now immediately c4 seeking counterplay. And black continued with f3. And now we can expect white to try to, to find counterplay by means of c5. Black is more or less forced to take. And here, if d takes c5, probably white will recapture on e5. That's what I'm guessing, but might be wrong. I just don't want the pawn to get to e4. If rook takes c5 and then they play rook e6 and start pushing, then it can become very dangerous. So we can expect after c5 takes, rook takes e5, and then something along the lines of rook f6 or c4 even. And the position seems better for black, actually. At least at first sight. Yeah. So let's get back to the position in the game. f3, c5. Black is thinking for some reason. There's not much to think of. Maybe he discovered something he doesn't like.
Or something we do not see.
That he doesn't like.
Even better.
Yes. I wouldn't think for so long here as black, so I guess he took already and we just have a problem in the
No,
transmission.
Oh,
He probably took.
judging by the camera, it's
black-
his move. Yeah, it's black is thinking.
Yeah, but black took on c5, white took on e5, and now black is thinking.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what had just happened.
And Nico has only 13 minutes on the clock for the coming up 7 moves, so that's actually the average that most players get, which is like 2.5 minutes per move until the time control. This is approximate thumb pressure, but not a real one, because 2.5 minutes is quite enough to find a defense or an attack in this case, who knows. So Sam is thinking, and he really wants to find a way to break through, and he's calculating all these forced lines, starting with rook f6 or rook fg6, maybe even c4, and yeah, so it's really hard to say which move is he going to choose, because it's very, very concrete and specific, and he has more than half an hour, so
Yeah.
probably it's a good idea for
He
him
can
to
take his time.
really take his time and make sure that he finds his best chances to play for a win, or at least avoid any tricks from the knight.
Which is who is a very tricky figure.
Yes. Let's move on to board number 3 between Vidit and Cori and see what's going on after queen c3. So I guess there's not much to add. Yeah, knight d4, bishop f7, queen c3. I've heard 2 different terms that I'll share with the viewers. Like, one is called dancing, like white and black are dancing with their pieces until the music will end. Hopefully in white's favor, because like in terms of the objective evaluation of the position. And the other term that I like even more is massage.
Oh.
Which is like white as the upper end, which is dancing fits more to a case where they have an equal position or very close to equal, and they're just moving back and forth trying to
Or just any static position, basically.
to get winning attempt, but yeah, winning chances. But a massage is like when they have more space and they're just moving their pieces and pressing different points very gently, trying to see where the pain comes. That's my metaphor. So back to board number 4 between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo. After the move rook e1, black played a5, increasing the pressure on the white position. Queen h3, queen f5. Very interesting defensive move against the rook h2 idea.
Yeah.
With some attack.
The only idea basically here.
That white has.
Yeah.
So queen f5, and if queen takes, then g takes will secure the bishop's position with a winning endgame. So white decided to refuse the queen's exchange, and now black is thinking how to proceed in this position where he has quite a lot of time, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 38 minutes.
Against only 7 minutes.
Yes. So here, once again, black is doing a good job in his attempt to convert the advantage. We can expect a move like a4 and a3 very soon. Moving back to board number 1 between Leko and Bogner. Sebastian is thinking still. He played queen c8, Leko played rook e1, increasing the pressure on the knight on e6. And now it's not so easy to provide any advice for black. He's still facing a really tough defensive task ahead of him. And we might have even 3 or more decisive results today. Like, all the games have very interesting positions. We couldn't ask for more. And let's move on to board number 2 between Georgiadis and Shankland and see after rook takes c5, Sam is still thinking, and if any of the 4 positions may end in a draw, it could be this one, and this is not so close to equality. Maybe some equilibrium, but in a very unbalanced and dynamic situation, but nothing close to equality. So what would you start considering, intuitively speaking, in this position?
Like always, first of all, defend the something which is attacked.
Yes.
So c4
Yes.
looks rather good.
So we ask ourselves, what's the opponent threat? Taking on c5. So we cannot defend it directly, so we just move the pawn forward and defend it with the other pawn while limiting the knight at the same time. And here it's not so easy to offer a wider move. Probably rook f5 to prevent black from playing rook f6 next. And here, after rook f5, black has to defend the f3 pawn. And it's not so easy. Maybe you can play rook g2 and try to take b2, but it's far from obvious that he has some way to convert in his advantage. So maybe c4 is not the best way to play for a win. It's probably a very logical move, but Sam must be calculating more devious attempts. So next in line, let's offer another move. So we checked the threats. Checks are not very useful here. Captures do not exist. So we need to find more threats. So let's speak about prophylaxis. Like, white wants to play rook f5. What's the best way to prevent it?
g6 or rook f6.
Which one?
Rook f6.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Because we want to put the rook behind the pawn. It's like a cannon that shoots the pawn away to the queening square. And here we can expect a move like rook takes c5. And then we need to find some way to attack. Like f2 seems legitimate. Rook to f1 being the most logical move.
Rook e4. No, don't like.
Rook fg6 makes sense, but then rook c to c1, preventing
Yes.
checkmate. And it's not so clear how to continue the attack. So here after rook c5, maybe rook g2. And now if white defends b2, there is this nice idea of bringing the other rook to the second rank or to the h file. So rook g2 makes some sense. And the last option is probably rook fg6 with the idea of playing something like f2 next, which is a winning move, but white could counter it by playing rook f5 and then again something like rook g2 trying to get rook takes b2, which also makes sense. So my prediction is that Sam will pick a move between these two options of rook f6 and rook g6. We can check for updates. Still thinking with and he played rook g2 actually. So we offered c4, rook f6 and rook g6, and clearly he picked the fourth option of rook g2, and white took on c5. And now what can we offer black to play in this position? Maybe rook fg6,
Yeah, still try to activate the second rook somehow.
threatening f2, and then after rook f1, something like rook takes b2, rook takes f3, rook g to g. Oh no, there is mate. Sorry, mate on b1. So here, maybe rook f5 instead, in this position. And now, not so easy. f2, and I don't see how to prevent rook g1. Maybe rook f1 here, and only now something like rook c to c1, I don't know. Or rook f1, rook f5. And this rook to f3 with some probable draw after something like this.
Which is, I believe, not in favor or not, which is not a plan of Sam.
Yes. No, it's probably not what Sam is wishing for in this position.
Absolutely
And
not.
he's thinking in this position whether to play rook takes b2 or rook g6, maybe something else. But it seems like the main troubles are behind Nico, unless Sam finds some really nice idea. And moving on to board number 3, Vidit against Cori. Queen b8. The massage proceeds. And
Your favorite part.
yeah, I don't know if I like it that much.
Okay,
because,
at least
okay, I
mine.
like it when I'm playing with white, but you know, I face such positions with black, and it feels more like you know, a torture,
Okay.
a very slow torture that lasts 6 hours, so or more. And you know, the prize, if you manage to survive, is a draw with a lot of scars. So that's not a fun position to be in. And moving on to board number 4, with a winning position for black. Rook h2 has been played with the same threat of queen h4. Now we can expect black to try to finish white off with something like bishop takes c2. But there is there something? Maybe rook c1 with some ideas, but there is a bank rank mate coming up, so bishop takes c2 looks nice. As we mentioned, we want to check checks, captures, and threats, and out of all 3, this is the most obvious one. So let's search for a futation in case this is not working for black. So
Well, I So, what about I take a small break? Would you like to
continue?
continue?
I don't mind. So we have a very interesting position here, and it didn't take on c2. I see they just wrote another move, and rook g1, bishop d5, rook g1 has been played. Rook h2. So there must be some kind of a refutation to bishop takes c2, but I can't see it at this moment, at least. So after bishop takes c2, maybe rook e to h1, threatening rook h7, and it's not so easy to come up with something for black. I don't know. Seems like the king can run away, but it's not ideal. So g5 comes to mind, and then probably rook takes c2, but no, it doesn't. Yeah, queen takes c2 and queen takes g5, and now if queen g6, there is queen takes c5, and maybe there are some chances for perpetual in case of rook g6 and queen e5, maybe even more. So there is this trick with rook e h1 and rook takes c2. So bishop takes c2 allows some counterplay, and for this reason black played bishop d5, eyeing the h1 square, and now after rook g1 he's thinking of how to proceed with his attempt to convert his advantage. And as he's thinking, let's move on to Leko versus Bogner on board 1. They played a move a3. So after rook e1, black defended rook e8, and Leko continues to solidify his position with a3, and he's probably planning rook a2, rook ae2 in order to put more pressure on this knight and eventually collecting the weakness on d4 and winning the game. So there's not much left to say about this position. Black is seeking defense. I don't think it exists, but he might find something. So let's move on to Georgiadis versus Shankland on board number 2. We have some development. Rook e6 has been played. So black wants to play rook e to e2 and attack the h2 pawn. And another idea that comes to mind is rook fe2 and mating ideas plus promoting plans. And now it's up to white to find a good defensive idea, and he has to find something very quickly because he doesn't have much time left. Let's see the time on the clock here. So he has only 6 minutes, and it's not a very easy position to defend. So after rook e6, I can only suggest a move like rook c2, but it gets checkmated in 2 moves after rook takes, and rook e1. So it's a fairly difficult position. Rook f1 seems logical, but then rook takes b2, and the f3 pawn is untouchable, and rook e2 will come next. So probably this is a line that can take place like the one we saw earlier, and then rook takes f3. Yeah, and rook takes h2 followed by some perpetual. Black can continue to play for a win with a move like king h7 or something, but it's not so easy. Although he does have the control of the second rank, so he can definitely try. So let's move on to board number 3 as they are thinking. Niko is trying to solve his problems in time pressure. Here we have not much developments. As mentioned, black is moving back and forth. White is slowly improving his position by means of h4, bishop h3. Soon he will find a secure place for the king, either on h2, or maybe he will even maneuver the king to a1 before he opens up the position on the king side with something like this. So we will see the development soon. And let's move on to board number 4. So Abdusattorov has played rook g1, and queen e4 has been played by Maghsoodloo with black, which probably prepares some ideas along a4 and b3. Maybe even wants f5 sometimes. Let's try to understand. He just wants to prevent queen h3. So here in this position, white was threatening queen h4, and the h3 square is covered, but by playing queen e4, black is indirectly covering both squares. So he's covering h4 with the queen, and if queen h3, then he has this back rank mate. So he's preventing all of white's counterplay, and it's not so easy for white to make a move. He would really like to have a window for the king, but each move has its own flaws, and it's very difficult to find a way to proceed with creating threats. And when white's threats will no longer exist, then so does his hopes to save this game, because black will just keep pushing his pawns like this or like this, and then soon enough white's king's position will collapse. So this is probably very bad for white. So let's get back to the game between Leko and Bogner. And we can see that white has unleashed his plan after a3, bishop f6, rook a2, king g7, and rook e2. And is attacking the knight. The only way to defend the knight is with king f7, but then it will be pinned, and that's not so pleasant. So white has the simple idea of playing bishop b2, and also maybe some g4 later on in the game to keep increasing the pressure. After rook a2 e2, black is thinking, and he probably doesn't have much time, as mentioned before. Here he has 6 minutes to try to solve his issues, and let's have a quick look at board number 2. White has played b4, and after the move rook e2, he's probably planning to go rook h5, and he just wants to keep the pawn on the b pawn alive. And I feel like it's not so easy for black to find a winning plan. So this might be the only game that will end in a draw, and maybe the first one to end in our first day of the classical. And let's take a very short break and see the videos of the players and the whole from above. We have some minor developments in the positions, and this is Grandmaster Tal Baron with my co-commentator, Women Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya in the 52nd Biel Chess Festival 2019. We have 4 very interesting games which are approaching the decisive result. So without further ado, let's have a look at the games. So Dina, which game would you like to look at?
I would like to look at the game on board number 1, Peter against Sebastian.
So we have this game, and we see on their clocks that Peter is approaching some time pressure himself, and he decided to go for this g4 move. Last time we were here, we mentioned that g4 is a plan, whether he starts with bishop b2 first or not, and he played it immediately. And now black played queen d7, overprotecting d4. Now it's white to decide whether he keeps the tension between these pawns or breaks it by means of g takes f5, or even better, probably g5 followed by this push of the h pawn. Seems like the position should be much better for white, but not so easy to break through, as black is very solid. If white will not be able to capture the pawn on d4, it's not so clear what white can do besides grabbing space with the pawns, and that's not enough in itself. As mentioned before, we need 2 weaknesses, and there's only one weakness that's major in black's position, which is the material balance. So without a second weakness, it's a fortress can be formed. So moving on to board number 2, Georgiadis versus Shankland. After the move b4, black played rook e4, threatening mate in 2. White prevented it by means of rook g1. And now black is thinking, and he wants to find a way to play for a win. If he just wanted a draw, he probably would have played rook a2 and then rook e to e2 and had a pretty safe position. But he's thinking really hard, seeking some winning chances. So, Dina, what would you play here if you were black? Would you try to play for a win?
I don't think so, actually.
It's really hard to say.
Yeah.
It's a good idea in general to search for winning chances in any position, but of course not at the cost of getting into time pressure and so on. So only if you're ahead on the clock, you can consider thinking creatively and trying to trick your opponent, especially if you are not risking much and you can always get back to the drawing plan, setting traps and so on. So here, the most sophisticated move that I can come up with is rook a2, which is also the most natural. Another option, as mentioned before, is rook g to e2 with some f2 ideas, or rook e1 ideas, but probably white can prevent it by means of rook f5. And now if rook e1, simply rook takes f3. And yeah, but maybe rook h4 now is coming, so it's not so easy. So rook e2 seems quite sophisticated, threatening both rook h4 and rook e1. So now a defensive resource is called for white. And they played it, or no, they didn't. They have not. Rook g1, and now it's black to move. So how would you consider to defend the position after rook g to e2, knowing both of my threats?
Maybe to try to well, really, it's not so easy to understand. Okay, there are several pieces that I cannot move at all. So if you want to be realistic, How many pieces can I actually move?
I think I lied. Rook e1 is not a real threat, because I now notice that after rook e1 there is the move rook f5. So seems to me like I have only one threat, which makes it easier. This is my only idea.
Okay, so rook h5?
Rook h5. But now, yeah, if I play rook e1, rook f5, all the same. I see some creative idea of rook g4. What do you think?
Rook f1.
Rook fg2, threatening f2. But then after f2, yeah, we'll be winning.
h3.
h3 is probably the only move.
Rook g3. And no.
Wait. Let's say if I go f2, you have rook. No, you don't.
Rook g3. Rook g4 to g3.
Oh, you are threatening my rook.
Yeah,
Oops.
kind of.
Rook g3. Threatening f2.
Yes, and don't see how to defend, unfortunately. That's all. Do not see no, h3 was definitely a bad move.
I'm not sure. What about this?
Rook g1 and rook g2 checkmate.
Fairly easy. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. My coach lied.
My pleasure.
Thank you for showing me the way. So here, h3 is not such an working defensive attempt. f2 is coming, so
I think
maybe rook h3.
I think there is a game that has just finished.
yeah. We have a game on board 4 that has just ended between Abdusattorov and Maghsoodloo. And we have a win for black. And yeah, let's just have a quick look at what happened at the final couple of moves. And then we take a short break and see if we can get the players. So in this position, queen e3 has been played. Last position we saw was queen e4, rook d1, queen f3, threatening to exchange queens and also take on d1, queen g1, queen e3, queen g4, bishop f3 with a really nice fork, queen h fork, bishop h5, nice defensive idea, rook f1, knight e4, rook g2, and the final move, knight d2, and white resigned because of the threat of knight f3 and probably queen e1 later on. So very nice win by black, and we will take a very short break and allow you, the viewers, to see the videos of the whole from above with our imaginary drone.
Hello again and welcome back. We have Parham Maghsoodloo who has just finished his game. Hello Parham.
Hello everybody, and
Congratulations for your win.
thank you so much. It's very nice to start the tournament with him.
Is my microphone working? Yes, it does. Let's try this one.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, it's better now.
You just stop.
So hello and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to start the tournament with Vin, especially with Black. It's very nice to start like this, and I'm very happy.
Good. So could you please show us perhaps some critical moments of your game? You can start from whatever you want, early beginning or just.
Sorry. How can? Okay, this is Roundup, which is famous because Cori played it many times, and other players start to play this line after Cori, and this is very, very nice line to play for win with Black.
Yeah, sure.
Bishop d7. Okay, here f3 or f4 are the moves, and okay, f4 is more popular here because the line are much more complicated, and white have slight pressure. But okay, f3 is also a line, and I played it last week against Ivanchuk with black, and I won that game too. And I'm ready for this line always. Knight d4.
Yeah, we actually saw that you were very good prepared, judging by your time. You had always, you were always in advance, and you had more time from the early beginning.
Yeah, because I have very good experience in this theory, and I knew the plans, and I knew how to, make the move, and so okay, this will make the moves easier to play.
So, was there any surprise for your opponent? Just any particular move that was?
Okay, I think here knight d4 was the move which surprised him, because here after f3 I played bishop e7 in
Okay.
my last game. Yeah, and I think knight d4 is the move which he not expect to me play.
Right.
Yeah, queen d4, bishop e7. I think this knight d4 also is Magnus game against Anand. Magnus also played knight d4, and also Firuzia game against Sashi Kiran. This is a popular move, knight d4. Bishop e7, g4. Bishop c6 is to plan knight d7 after castle, because if I play castle, then there will be some problem. Maybe you can play e5 or something like this, but here after bishop c6 I'm ready to go castle, and after g5 I have d7 square for my knight, because h5 or e8 squares are not so good. If knight goes to h5, then f4 bishop e2 is annoying, and also e8 my rook on f8 is outplay, so d7 is best place for my knight.
Okay.
Bishop e3, castle, g5, knight d7, h4, b5. Yeah, okay. Here I don't believe on h5 really. Okay, the position was not known to him, but I think we should play rook g1 to plan h5, and then g6 or h6. I think h5 is not so good, because okay, after bishop g5 he should try this way. He should play I think h6, bishop f6, queen d6, knight e5. Here if okay, if sorry,
Oh.
if take, I can take, and rook d8. And
Right.
it's equal, yeah. But he can play here queen d6, knight e5, and here f4, which is very interesting line that I will take, knight g4, rook c6, knight e3, e5, bishop e7, take, rook c8, take, bishop d3, and here I think this is equal with knight g2.
Okay, so basically you do not believe in this sacrifice.
h4, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, rook g1. I don't like rook g1 because white have to play faster. Rook g1 is slow because I can play bishop f6 and then I have very good attack in king side. Queen d6, rook c8. Okay, here in every endings I have better ending because this pawn on h5 is weak, and okay, I have better structure with pawns.
Yeah, that's what we said, that basically in most Sicilian structures, endings are better for black.
Better for black, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why white have to make some mess in the game and play for tactics and play on the king.
Yeah, right.
That's what he did, but okay, I was just in time to defend everything. Before bishop h6. Okay, here when I saw this sacrifice, I was very happy because then this bishop on f6 is very strong. I think he cannot take on f8 because I will take, and I have very good attack in king side. I can play bishop a4, queen c5. Everything is coming, and nobody like to be white here, honestly. h6 take.
Yeah, here was our kind of critical moment.
Here I was worried about.
Yeah, white played e5, but we were considering bishop h4, actually,
No, but
instead of
I think
bishop
e5
takes.
is not so good move.
Okay.
But what is the problem after bishop e5?
Yeah, we're considering bishop h4.
Yeah.
So, did
queen
you?
f4. I saw queen f4.
Okay.
bc3, bishop d3.
Okay.
I was not so sure here.
Yeah, maybe.
Because maybe engine can defend this position, but I'm human. Yeah, and this was really.
We all are,
Yeah,
you
this
know.
was really dangerous because everything is coming. Bishop g6 and then rook g6, rook g1 or h1. Okay, I don't have a straight way to attack his king. Bishop
Okay.
e5. Yeah. Here I was worried about bishop c4. I think bishop c4 is very tricky move. Maybe I'm doing okay, but this is tricky because if I take, he will take on e6, and then I will be in trouble. So I must play rook e8. Rook e8, and here there are two moves which I saw. First was rook d6 to again take to e6. I don't know if it's working or not, but it was interesting. And another move is 92. And I was happy with this move, I think. Take, and after knight f4 I have queen c7. Then I will take on c2, b2, everything. So knight g6 is not possible.
Right.
Yeah, I think I was okay, but it was interesting move, bishop c4. Okay, he played e5, took f4. I think he missed this move, bishop h6, bishop g6. He missed queen f6 here because e5 is, not good move because you must see something
Yeah.
if you play e5. Yeah, but I think he missed bishop h6. He missed queen f6 after bishop g6. This was very nice defense for me. I took, okay, here I think this is losing.
Yeah.
This is very bad position, so we can go here. Yeah, here I was winning, but I didn't look for any risk because I just want to defend everything and let him go.
A
without
very
any
wise and
chance.
practical decision.
Yeah, because when you have this position, it's just enough to not let him do trick to you and defend everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, I understood that if I put the bishop on h5, then we don't have any attack here, so I just played the. And here maybe rook h1 was good chance, but wait, you cannot call it chance because here.
You just
Yeah,
take,
this
yeah,
is very bad.
basically.
Yeah, okay,
And you
they
have
are
a
queen,
big
but-
material advantage,
Yeah,
so
I will I will put the knight on b7. I will put the bishop on c6 and then go with pawns.
right.
This is very good position. Yeah, so we play I play rook d1, queen f3, queen g1, queen e3, bishop f3.
Yeah, but it was
Here I put my bishop on h5, knight e4, rook g2 and knight d2, and here okay, h1 is on the place and I will play. This is
and you basically exchange, yeah,
exchange and
everything, yeah.
winning. Yeah. Okay, it was very good to win first game.
All right.
Yeah, all the tournament I win first game. I have good tournament, so I hope this will be also good for me.
Of course, we too. And so, yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Nadir Bek Abdusattorov lost against Parham Maghsoodloo. So, Parham, we're wishing you a lot of luck for the next rounds.
Thank you.
And try to rest a bit before the deep preparations for the round number 2.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Grandmaster Vidit, who has just won his game against Cori. Welcome and congrats.
Thank you.
And let's just make sure in the chat if anyone can hear or we have some issues with the mic, just to be sure that we will actually have this interview done properly. And before we start with the game, let's have a quick look with the game between Leko and Bogner, if you're fine with it. And they're approaching a very critical position on board number 1. So the last moment that we captured this game,
Wait, did he play h5? Queen g7 is lost, no? On the spot now.
here, Queen G7 looks winning, yeah.
Queen g7 and bishop c3.
Yes, it seems
Busted, yeah.
seems correct.
I thought he after rook e2 he had to play something else.
The mic? Is it on? Okay. So in this position, it's Leko's to move. So Queen takes G7 seems winning, yeah?
It's simple, I mean. you
Yeah,
can't
followed
play
by
h5.
bishop c3.
But maybe he was in time pressure, yeah?
Yeah, he had like 6 minutes since move 30 or something.
And then it's very tough with like an open king like this.
Yeah, and let's just quickly mention this position that we last have seen in case
Okay.
he did play.
What was it? So g4?
Yeah, it seems like they've finished, yeah? Or they're signing something.
Yeah, queen
Maybe.
g7 and he resigned, yeah, of course.
Yes, okay. So let's just quickly see what actually happened. We stopped here last time, so
It looks completely winning for white.
yes, and we had hopes for a fortress maybe, but and searching for a plan for white, but Leko
Yeah.
found a way. He played king h2, rook e7, bishop d2, and rook e8, and now he decided to take on f5.
Ah, okay, yeah.
In,
He'll give okay.
yeah, intuitively I thought g5 might be a good plan, but
But then how do you improve?
yeah, exactly. I didn't find the follow-up. So gf5 seems like the right decision. Now queen d3, queen attacking f5, queen d5, rook e5, and giving back the material and starting with this attack. Queen takes f5, king g8, queen back to d3, and this seems completely lost.
I'm not sure.
No?
I'm not sure if what Peter did is good because knight g7 or something at this point.
So if black had played knight g7,
I mean, of course, white is better, but I'm not sure if it's clearly winning.
yeah, there might be some chances. Probably rook g5 is the move.
Yeah. Now.
You want to try? Oh, okay. Rook g5, and now
Yeah, it's extremely unpleasant.
yes, and if rook e7, probably even rook g2 followed by f5. Let's try this microphone. Okay. So
Yeah, I think you have to ask Peter about this.
yeah,
I can
it
just
seems
guess.
very very close to losing, and now after f5.
So 4 results, yeah, today.
Yeah,
all 4.
yes. So far 4 decisive results. Knight g7, queen takes d4, knight takes f5, queen g4 check, knight has to retreat to g7
Yeah,
and
I
rook
s-
e2.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because king h8 also rook e2 and then bishop c3 is deadly.
Yes, bishop c3 is coming, and queen takes g7 is a massive threat.
Yeah.
And if rook f8, there might be even rook e8, something like that. What's the
I
win?
was thinking maybe queen f7. Can you play queen f7 instead of rook f7?
Queen f7, say rook g2 probably,
Yeah.
and
It's
king
horrible.
g1 in case of queen c7.
Yeah. But okay, queen c7, rook f7, and you fight. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
So-
of course very good for white, but who knows?
yeah, it's not that easy to win straight away, but it must be winning somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
So here black has made a blunder with h5, and after queen takes g7 resigned due to this bishop c3 check with a discovered attack on the queen. So that's a nice win by Petr Leko, and let's have a look at your game.
Sure.
So the first moment that was very interesting for me, maybe it's better if you show us the moves.
Yeah, which
uh,
moment which you thought? I mean, in the opening there was nothing much happening.
Yeah. The first moment after the opening moves, I'll just make them very quickly, was when you thought for 20 minutes or so.
On knight d5, yeah?
Yes,
Ah,
exactly.
okay.
So bishop takes d2, queen
I'll-
takes d2, d6, castles, e5, knight c3. Seems like a fairly reasonable opening from both sides. And now,
Well, I mean, the way black played, I think white should be better, but
Mhm. What is the common move instead of what black played?
usually they play knight c6.
Yeah.
Sorry, queen e7, g3. They play knight c6 here. That's
Yes,
the main move.
and then knight c3 or
Yeah,
something.
knight c3, yes.
Yes.
Because bishop g2 doesn't work. You take and go
and
knight
knight
e4.
e4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was surprised by this choice because it looks like, okay, I didn't everything right and I have the center, I have extra space advantage and I should be better, but in such positions, yeah, you have to be precise to prove it.
Yes.
So I didn't want to play d5, which is principled, but I mean, he can go a5 next,
Yeah, like this.
a5, knight a6. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, it's slightly better, but I was not liking it so much. And initially, I wanted to play d5
Mhm.
because if he plays knight e5, then I just go b3 and have a very nice
Mhm.
advantage because of the extra space.
Yes.
So d5, I didn't like d5, knight d5. Now takes, and rook d8.
Hmm.
And let's say if I play e4, then bishop g4 is very annoying.
Yeah, the d4 square.
Yeah. So
It's
after
weak.
rook d8, I mean, I was thinking along the lines of rook d1,
Mhm.
e4, but it was getting messy.
Yes.
So I thought knight d5 is cleaner.
Yeah. And if he takes,
Yeah, this knight d4 takes ed. Now rook e1. I
hmm,
mean, if I get back the pawn on d4, I'll have pressure.
on c7.
Yeah, on c7.
Yeah.
So I thought he has to play something like queen e5.
Mhm.
And then I had a couple of options. Let's say I can play rook d1
Yes.
to exchange queens, or I could play queen e5, rook c1.
Mhm.
But black had some moves here, like bishop f5. If I take on c7, he goes rook c8 and rook c2 ideas.
Mhm.
So after bishop f5, I wanted to play rook c4 and take on d4 with the rook. I mean, I'm wasting a lot of time, but I think still, if I stabilize, I'll be having a decent advantage.
Yes.
So okay, he played queen d8,
Yeah.
rook d1.
What's the point of rook d1, by the way? Because you thought for 9 minutes. And,
I was thinking which rook
yeah.
a d1 or rook f d1.
That's what I imagined, but like, what's the difference in your view? Like,
After 9 minutes, I could not find it.
Yeah.
And I thought, chuck it. Yeah, I'll just
That-
play rook f d1 because if the c file opens, the rook will be useful on c file
Yeah.
or something.
that's usually my point. Like, I devote 10 minutes to which rook to make, and no matter what I choose, it's usually the other one is correct.
Yeah,
So,
always happens with every chess player. Yeah.
yeah. So,
So rook d1. I was expecting him to play bishop g4. Yeah,
yes.
like d, queen e3, and now some ideas like rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can win a queen with knight b6, but okay, I was not sure. Rook
Yeah.
d8 and
Yeah.
I was not sure about this position, but okay.
Yes.
Then, like, I have a couple of options like queen g5 and stuff like this. But he played rook 8 very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
d5. I was very surprised that he took with the knight. I thought that okay, after d he'll transpose.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, I wanted to play rook c1, but I thought he has some knight jumps, knight e4. And if I go queen f4, there is some knight g6, and I trap my queen. Yeah.
Oh, you want to be careful of these kind of things.
Yeah, so I mean, if I play queen d4, there is knight c6, knight g4.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what's going on, so I thought, okay, I'll take on e5 first.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe d5 is possible because
Queen.
if he plays c6, he's completely fine. So I have to go queen a5,
Yes.
knight d5, c d5, and now maybe some bishop g4. I mean, it's very concrete. I can play rook c1. I was
Yeah.
not sure what's going on. I mean, white's better, but how much, I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So after rook e5, it's okay, completely fine for me. I mean,
yes.
it's big advantage. Bishop g4, only move.
Rook
And okay,
E1.
rook e1, Yeah, the thing is I wanted to play knight e3,
Yeah, me too.
queen c8, and I was trying to make c5 work.
Mm-hmm.
dc5, knight g4. The point is he cannot take rook c5 because takes. I have bishop b7.
Mm-hmm.
First knight g4. Sorry.
First knight g4, yeah.
Knight g4 and
And if knight takes, then bishop g7.
bishop b7 because of queen d8 check.
Mm-hmm.
But c5, dc, knight g4, knight g4. Now I was trying all kinds of moves. The problem was like if bishop h3, f5.
Yeah.
It feels like something is wrong with black's position, but if I don't find, a resource, I'll be just pawn down.
Yes.
And
So here,
there were some nice lines. Like I thought, okay, maybe knight g4, rook c5.
mm-hmm.
But okay, c6, and I was not sure. I felt like I'm letting him go for too little.
Yeah,
So rook
Rook
e1, I
e1
thought at
makes-
least long-term advantage. I have
Yes.
long-term advantage. So
posing
rook
more
e8.
problems.
Yeah. Rook c3. Now I'm threatening knight f6 again because now b2 is not attacked by the queen.
Yeah.
So he played rook b8. I mean, I thought it's the only move. I didn't know what he was thinking for so long.
Mm-hmm.
e4. The problem is I can't really do some tricks like rook a3, a6, rook b3. The point was if he plays b6, then I have knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
But after rook b3, he can go bishop e6. And I'll win b7, but he'll get b2. And okay, I'll be pawn up, but too much activity for him.
Yes.
Okay, after this, the other moves are kind of forced.
Knight
What happened
d7,
next? Yeah.
f4, bishop e6.
b3 because if I played rook c3, he has c6 and
Mhm.
c4 is hanging. So I played b3. a5 is probably good. Rook c3. I thought he'll play b6. I mean, I was not sure why he played rook a8. I mean,
Yeah.
next moves he played just rook a8, rook b8.
Yeah.
Queen d4. My point was I'm stopping knight c5 because I have e5 always. And if he plays b6,
Here.
queen d4. If he plays b6, then okay. Now with rook on 8, I have some ideas with e5.
Mm-hmm.
He has to be careful. He went back rook b8.
And
Okay,
now,
the problem is I'm clearly better, but I need to find a breakthrough to transform the advantage. Knight
Yes.
c3.
so
F6.
f6.
Because f5, I'm tapping his bishop, so f6 is kind of forced.
Yeah.
Knight b5.
b5.
I mean, now if he plays b6, I had knight a7 to bring knight c6.
Nice.
Knight b5, rook a8. Queen
Queen
d2.
d2.
The thing is, a4 would be very desirable for him, but I had e5,
Mm-hmm.
fe, bishop b7, rook b8, and now probably just bishop g2.
Yeah, it's not so easy. to
Again,
make
knight
a move.
a7, knight c6 is threatened. Let's say if he goes bishop f7, I have knight a7.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think white is better because he can't really move his queen, and this knight is just too powerful over here.
Yeah. So after queen c8, knight d4,
Yeah.
bishop f7.
I think queen c3 is good move because there are ideas like bishop h3 which look tempting, but this way I just stop his a4
Yeah.
and he has no plans.
Mm-hmm.
Queen b8,
h4.
that I felt that g4 g5 is my best plan in this position.
Yeah.
Although I allow him to activate his queen,
Mm-hmm.
bishop h3. I wanted him to put the knight on c5 so that queen is blocked.
Yes.
And if he goes rook d8, at least the rook will not come through the a file and it's a bit passive.
Mm-hmm.
King h2, queen c5, g4. I mean, now I think it's very unpleasant. I don't
Yeah.
know where was his actual mistake.
Probably the opening
Yeah, yeah.
was slightly
Dubious.
difficult.
yes.
Yeah. Knight f8, g5.
Knight g6. I mean, king g3 also probably works, but I didn't want to allow some knight f4, like takes, knight f4. I was not
Mhm.
sure what's going on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I just come back to g2, but I thought it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
So I go rook f1.
Knight h4.
It's forced because fg, I have the intermediate move knight f5.
Yeah.
So knight h4, gf6. He should play probably g6.
Or queen b4.
Sorry, queen b4. I go queen
Yeah.
b2 simply.
Yeah. Nothing changes. Probably.
Yeah, I thought he has to try somehow play for tricks. Like if I go king g3, then g5. Somehow, if he gets e5 square, he'll be completely fine. But I thought I can just simply play bishop g4, stopping queen h5 ideas, and should be better. But still, it's, I mean, in time pressure, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Gf6 is just a bad move. After rook g3, I think it's just busted.
Just finished. Yeah.
Knight g6 is knight f5.
Yeah.
There's no defense.
Maybe he missed knight e6 check or something.
Yeah, he probably missed knight e6.
Yeah. And
if he plays rook e6, this queen h5, I can just take even on f6. I thought.
Wow.
Knight f3, king g2, and nothing really happens here.
Yeah. Bishop takes e6, queen f6, bishop f7.
Yeah, I just win everything with check.
Yeah. And
now queen e6 is deadly.
Yeah, and he resigned. Yeah. So overall, a very good game. I have so many questions, but it seems like we have the other two players, like two games that are finished.
It's fine.
Yeah. See, you know each other by now.
No, because I'm playing him tomorrow. So
That's good. That's good. So that's nice. So I'll just ask a quick question about this topic of critical moment in the opening, because a player cannot really spend 20 minutes on each move, both energy-wise and also from the clock point of view. So when you have a critical position in the opening or the middle game, you usually decide to stop and think, like in this case of when you played knight d5, and here in this position where you played knight d5, and we can say by the fact that you thought for so long that this has been the critical moment for you in the opening, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if I play some optimal moves, I can just lose my advantage.
Yes.
So I have to be, precise to
yes. So
keep the edge. So that's why I thought for so long.
So
maybe knight d5 is probably correct.
So normally in chess, throughout the game, you can't possibly play perfectly, but there are some moments where an inaccuracy leads to a higher price later on, and let's say a more difficult move that will come up. And it's a tough question for me to answer as well, but just in general, how do you diagnose, okay, here I have to stop and think, because if I make the wrong plan, then maybe it will be more difficult.
If I don't see a continuation, I stop and think, and if I see, I play it.
Yeah, even if it's not perfect. So if you don't see a good way, you feel you're better, but you don't see a good way to prove it, yeah?
Yeah, it depends actually from the position. I mean, in the end, for example, I would like to think, but I don't have time. I mean, in the opening, at least I have the luxury that I can take some time.
Yes, and you were, during this decision, like, were you considering other options? Were you like...
yeah, like d5, I said.
Yeah, and
I was trying to see after knight d5, I was going deeper in that line, and I thought that I get reasonable position, and there's no reason why I should not play it.
Yes, and
but yeah, it's a bit of a long thing. I would also like to reduce it something.
And my question that follows up is, like, what happens if you think for more than 10 minutes, which many people, like, let's say chess trainers used to recommend not to do, and then you discover that you missed a move, and then you have not much time, but also
I think it's too general. I mean, some positions require you to think a lot. Let's say if there are a lot of variations, you have to think, you have to calculate.
Yeah.
And it's too general. It's just a guideline. Like, okay, don't use so much of time in some position, save it. Yes. But if the position requires it, you have to respect that.
Yeah, and if you have domination, like in this game, you don't have to...
Yeah, I mean, I started to play fast when everything was centralized and my moves were easy. But to get that position, I had to think.
So basically, there's no fearing time pressure when you have domination, and you can just move. When you had domination in the position, you can just move back and forth. You don't mind having time pressure when you can easily reach move 40.
Yeah, I was just shuffling around because not much was happening in the position. Like, it was like, as you saw, he was playing rook 8, rook b8. So nothing much was happening, and I was also just moving around and getting closer to the time control.
Yes. So and one last thing before I forget, because in the rapid you started off with a suboptimal result, and then you came back. Yeah. I'm trying to put it mildly, and you came back very strongly towards the end of the tournament. And my question is, generally, how do you deal with it during the tournament when you have such a case and you don't have much time to recover between the rounds? Like, how did you find the strength to win so many games?
It was painful because the game I lost against Peter, I was completely better and I was playing for a win. And in the end, when we had like seconds, he had offered me a draw and I refused, and then I lost. So it was, I was kicking myself. But okay, once you win a game, when you win a game, then you develop some confidence, because the next game what I played was also not very good. But okay, after winning a few games, okay, I got the rhythm and my confidence increased. And okay, in Rapid and Blitz, I've seen that you generally have the streaks, yeah? Sometimes you play well, so you win a lot of games in a row.
Yeah.
It's not the same for Classical.
So when you felt this pain, you just allowed yourself to focus on the games and felt...
Well, I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew that, I mean, if I win 1 or 2 games, I still have a chance.
Yeah.
Although it was a very bad start. And
Okay.
it still costed me because I'm behind on the leaders
Yeah.
board. But okay, many games left.
Okay, so thank you very much for showing up here and
Thank
for
you.
answering these questions. And we have Vidit, one of the best players in India. Thank you very much. We're going for a short break.
Perhaps me.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Sam Shankland and Nico Georgiadis who just finished their game. First, let's ask you, how do you both feel about the game and what happened, because it was quite a roller coaster. So, Sam, let's start with you.
Yeah.
It's on.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm certainly happy to start the tournament with a win, particularly a win with black. I knew that playing, in a tournament, a relatively short one like this one, with only 7 games, it's not like white on Zay, an extra white really matters. So starting with black, I knew it was going to be tough, particularly against Nico, who has not the highest rating, but is extremely solid. And I was really struggling before the game to figure out what to do. And in fact, I barely spent any time preparing for e4 on the first move. And I think this game was full of mistakes, and I certainly was not supposed to win at some point, or maybe multiple points, but I'm glad I was able to put enough pressure to bring home the win.
Yeah. And Nico?
After that, I think everything is said. Yeah, I was suffering from the beginning, I think. Okay, position should have been equal, but I think it's black who's always making pressure. And, well, yeah, he provoked my mistakes, and I think that's why I lost the game at the end. I got a bit short of time also, that's maybe one of the reasons.
Yes. So why don't we go over the game very quickly? And yeah. So oh, yeah.
Is it on now? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I played this queen c7 move, which is kind of a clever move order because if you castle first, and after castles, now after queen c7, white can play knight d5. So by starting with queen c7 here, white cannot go knight d5, and basically I wanted to get a bishop e6 position like the one I got, except if I had started with castles and bishop e6, white has the option of bishop takes e6, which I think is a little annoying for black. And here I forget exactly what's going on. I didn't even check bishop e3, knight f3 at all before the game. I don't think queen e2 is best. I don't remember much, but I believed that after rook c8, black is absolutely fine because his plan with b5 and knight bd7 is extremely straightforward. White can certainly play in other ways than Niko did, but it can hardly be wrong to just put his pieces in the center and develop. After rook ac1, knight bd7, here it was also possible for him to, first of all, when I played b5, I had to choose between knight bd7 or b5 first, but if knight bd7, I disliked a4. So after b5 here, he could have tried to punish me with a4. And now I can play either b4, which I wasn't sure about after something like knight d5 takes. Now if white plays a5 and bishop a4, I'll probably just be worse, so I should play a5. And I think after something like knight d2, this could be annoying. So after a4, my plan was actually to chop this one and play b4. And here after knight d5, I'm one move away from being completely lost. If he just goes knight d2 to c4, I can stop the clocks, this game is finished, but somehow I just don't think white is in time. It's very hard to deal with knight f6. For example, if he plays this, if he just gets like one more move to play something, I don't know, he should just win, but after queen c2, I'm making a lot of counterplay. Knight takes c4 is a threat, queen takes b2 is a threat, so I couldn't figure that out. Anyhow, after rook ac1, knight bd7, bishop g5, this was my first serious thought. But then I understood that actually it's important to provoke this exchange, even though white, by playing bishop g5, clearly wants it. The threat is stronger than the execution. For example, my first instinct was this, and the problem is here, specifically because I have not yet played h6, I cannot play rook takes c3 and knight takes e4, because if this exchange had happened, then the exchange sacrifice should be very strong. In addition, I found that in the game, white's rook was misplaced on d5, and it is better on d1. After h6, I don't know, Niko, you have anything interesting to say about this?
Yeah, that's actually what was our surprise, because we also the first time here, we thought that that was white's idea to capture the knight.
Yeah.
I think by forcing him to do it now, for example, here, if he tries to play a3 and keep the tension, and then, let's say, eventually swing this knight to d5 like that, which is sort of the typical line, here we can see the same variation. That now I'm ready to do this because after, say, rook c6, knight f1, I'm chopping on c3. It's very important that this bishop is gone. And here I think black is better. He'll play rook a c8 and probably chop on c3 very quickly, and white doesn't really have a good answer. So that was sort of my point, was that this rook takes c3 will become available when the bishop has been exchanged. In any case, we got this position, which I'm sure has to just be equal. Niko proposed that rook a1 may have been a safer route to the draw.
To avoid the pin on the diagonal.
Yes, and during the game my plan was rook d4. I believed this position was probably a bit promising for black if the rook is no longer on c1 to protect this pawn so that rook c8 comes, but I neglected to realize that after something like knight b3 here, there is one benefit of the rook not being on c1, which is that he can play c3 without being pinned. And this, I think, is a draw on the spot. I don't think I can avoid this repetition. So this, I think, would have been a... I don't know if I have to force a draw right now, but this certainly would have worked.
Yeah.
I don't think a3 is wrong, though. Rook c8, and now if c3, I think rook d4 is at least a little annoying for white. King f1, we sort of thought wasn't best, but even that, I think, is fine.
See, maybe g3.
Yeah.
So maybe g3 immediately was a bit better than king f1.
Yeah.
I think king f1 is fine.
Yeah, it should be still drawish. After g3, after bishop g5, I should have taken on d6 and
We weren't sure because
rook takes e4 and g3.
and g3
Yeah.
and this should be a draw.
Yeah.
I at least I couldn't see a way to avoid a draw here. It's important not to play c3 because this is quite nice. Rook d4, and now black wins after d3 check. And see, or at least is much better. I mean, you can play g3 and you don't resign yet, but I can either take d2 and take all the pawns, or just play rook e2. It should be lost. But after g3, this opens some options for me because I went rook c6. And the problem is now rook takes e4 is, well, I don't know if it's going to be that fantastic, but it's coming. And it's not so easy to stop, because if white were to play f3, then I believe b4 is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
B4 is probably actually the bigger threat. In this position, I think white's dropping material directly. For example, b3 takes rook b3, and if rook d6 there's rook takes f3 check. So I think black is very good winning chances here. So c3, as Nico played, is probably best. And now I think if I don't give the piece, I'm definitely not going to win this game. But my gut feeling is white has to be okay here, but I thought practically it should be better, easier with black. So f4. And
Yes,
here,
and here I have a question for Nico, actually. When you went with the king to g2 and later on to h1, like for example in this position, were you playing for the win, or was there a point for the defensive? Maybe Sam can answer it too, because we were not.
I was never playing for the win. No, obviously, after problem is with king e2, for instance, black plays rook h4, I think.
Rook h4, yeah.
And rook h3 after knight f3. So the king has to protect his h pawn, I think. That's
and what if you go knight f1 instead of knight f3? It doesn't change anything?
Okay, I think f5, and if my knight is passive, I think it's so much easier for black to...
Oh
no,
but
rook d1.
if you go rook d1?
but after king e2, I don't know why I start with rook h4. I can do that whenever I want. I don't have to start with f5. I mean, basically here I think white is doomed to lose if he just tries to defend with his knight on the king side. He needs to make some kind of counterplay. And I think king g2 is I think king g2 is correct, and I think king h1 was correct. Here, for example, if white were to try to like stay sort of centralized but still able to meet rook h4 with king back to g2, I think after rook c4 that white is just busted. For instance,
okay. That's the point we missed.
Yeah, rook takes d6, and this is just going to fall apart very quickly. For instance, king e3, rook h4. And I think, white's king is almost getting mated in some lines. I think king h1 was absolutely correct and completely forced. The only thing that surprised me about it was that he took 3 minutes and 50 seconds to play it. But here it's not easy at all. I'm like one tempo away from just winning. If my king comes to e6, this game is finished and there's nothing else to say. But I'm sort of one tempo shy. For instance, if I start with king f7, knight a5, if I go king e6, he can take b5 or e5 or something, and I don't know how promising that is. And if I play rook b6, he can play c4, and after king e6, he has c5.
Yeah.
Now white is probably winning. So I'm just sort of one move away from just winning the game. I don't know if I had to play f4. I sort of wanted to get my king, but I couldn't see how. I could play something like rook g6, just trying to be much slower and not worry more about containing counterplay and try to slowly advance the pawns, but somehow I didn't believe in this. I thought that white should be okay.
Yeah.
So I went for this very direct continuation.
c4.
Yes, I think this all was fine. Yes.
Yeah, there was some question around this point. Nico, did you consider the plan of rerouting the knight from d2?
Yeah, knight d2 is a mistake, but you should start with rook d1 first.
Rook d1, yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
because
d1.
the problem, it's very important actually. If knight d2, I can go king f7, knight e4, king e6, rook d1, and f3, and black is winning. But
Sorry, just a moment. Here, if after king f7 I go rook e1,
why can I not split king e6?
and rook d3.
Okay, but I should be very comfortable here.
Yeah.
I don't know, something a5, g5, just start throwing pawns and asking questions later. This feels very strong. But I think if he starts instead with
rook d1.
Yes, rook d1 I believe was the best move. And now, because if I play rook g6 now, he will play knight d2.
Yeah.
And here, if I put my king on e7 and he puts the knight on e4, I think this is mutual stalemate. I don't think anybody can ever make a move. Actually, I think we just would make a draw very quickly. So I was thinking after rook d1, I could just pitch a pawn, but it's not so easy to do, because if I start with e4, he can go rook g1, and the problem is it's very hard for me to include this rook.
Exactly.
So I thought I could try, for instance, instead of rook g6 playing f3, when the game would go rook f1, rook f4, and now rook d3 just before I can play g5, g4. And after e4, we get a very interesting position like this one. My guess is it's equal, but I wouldn't actually be surprised if either side is completely lost and I'm too stupid to realize it. It might
Most probably be black.
I think black is better, yeah? Or
Yeah, I mean, it's like the pawn chain moved one step forward.
No, but this knight is perfectly blockading. I can't move any further, and at some point a4 could come.
It's hard to imagine white will win this.
I don't know.
No?
But I was planning something like this, but somehow the way this played, I believed that I had to be winning here, but somehow it's just not quite coming together as well as I would have liked. For instance, here, after rook e6, b4 I think is a very strong move. Everything else should be lost.
I have a question about this position too.
Yes.
So let's see. Yeah, b4 was strong, so the next move, yeah.
Yeah, so
Probably
b4,
you mentioned it.
And then here, rook e4 was almost trying to set a trap, actually. I was hoping for rook h5, and now rook g4 would fail to rook h3 and rook g3, and white is holding. But I believe that rook g to e2 is winning now. And now and only now, because rook e1 is coming. If king f1, here king h1 f2 wins, so he will have to let this happen. And well, I didn't see a concrete win, per se, but I think this has to be lost.
Yeah, so after rook e4,
then rook f1 I thought was critical.
oh, here?
And now my point was that with this rook on h5, he no longer has rook c1, and after this, rook e2 is winning, because rook e1 there is f2 check, which I thought was quite clever. But unfortunately, Nico immediately slammed the best move with rook g1.
Wait. So instead of rook g1, actually, I had something I wanted to ask. What if you insert this intermediate check on c8? The point that after king h7, there is now rook g1, exactly. With the same idea, but now with the king on h7, you can go rook c7 later.
Yes, this could be. No, but the problem is rook g1, now I have this move, and now I win. Rook takes h2 as a threat, and this is winning. Check and f2.
Rook f1, yeah.
But lose this game.
Yeah, exactly.
but the streak also worked in the game. That's why. That's
No, but that's the line that I want to mention.
Rook f. Okay, I missed rook f1. Okay, here I still shouldn't lose after king g2 like rook a1, but I will suffer for a draw.
And another variation, like if you go rook c8, king f7, which is an attempt to play for a win, rook a to c7, and it's not so easy to suggest a move for black, because king g8, I have rook g1 as well, for the same reason.
Around here I thought white is holding. Maybe I had a win that I missed, but I didn't see it at least. I don't even think rook g1 is bad, but after rook a2, he absolutely needs this check right now. And this, I think, white should be okay. But after rook h5 is played, I think, I guess he must have just missed this idea, which was, I think, very nice. And now king
sadly.
g2 is check, and king f2 and rook f4. So
how much time did you guys have back at the position after rook e4, or say rook
I had
a2?
maybe 10 minutes. You probably had 3 or 4. No, I mean, I was, I guess, fortunate. I don't think I was ever really risking much, but I also don't think I should have won this game against proper
Like
defense.
you spent 6 minutes on the move rook a2 because you were really trying to find a way for a win, some trap,
I saw some idea that just almost worked, but not quite. I was hoping for this, falling for the same stupid trick, but
rook f1. No, but rook takes g2.
Yeah.
It's better.
Yeah, no, I would have fallen for the same stupid trick.
Yeah,
But
rook
I was
takes g2.
calculating this and trying to find a win here with like rook g4, which is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Again, the same thing always works. I missed the same motif, but even here, rook f1 also is holding. So it's just I couldn't find the way through, and I just sort of made a move just to make a move, and sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, in some cases. So Dina, do you have a question regarding the?
So how do you feel, guys, after your first round here in Biel?
Well, obviously, I'm happy with the results. I don't know how clean the game was or anything, but well, it's good to start a tournament with a win. That hasn't happened for me in quite a while, particularly with black. So, yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah.
Nico?
Well, for me it's less good, but well, I think I played a good rapid tournament yesterday, so Sam is the top seed in this tournament, so it's obviously possible to lose against him even with the white pieces. No matter what, I will just keep playing normally, and tomorrow I'm facing Peter Leko with black, so it's just an ongoing tournament.
Yes, and just a question about psychology from your point of view, Nico. Like when you're playing a high-rated opponent, or say you would have the same position in the middle game against a low-rated opponent, would you play differently in a way? Does it affect your...
Maybe I wouldn't choose this line against a weaker-rated opponent because it tends to be pretty drawish. So, well, I think I would just play the same move. Say,
yeah.
If I assess the position as equal, yeah, I thought there was no better try than that.
Yeah. Okay, so Nico Georgiadis and Sam Shankland, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yes, for all the insights and going through your game. I will take a short break, have a look at the standings, and we'll continue very soon. Welcome back, everyone. We had some very decent interviews.
Yes, here with us.
Yes, quite strong players with some insights and good moves and variations that they have shown. I hope people were able to follow. And let's have a quick look at the standings before we wrap up the day in the 52nd Biel Chess Festival 2019, first classical round.
So, according to the standings, so on the first position we have now Peter Leko, who
also won the rapid event.
Exactly, sharing together with Maghsoodloo, Sam Shankland, and Vidit. So, basically speaking, we have had a very sharp, not that sharp, or very results. Decisive, thank you very much. Very decisive results today.
Indeed, most def. And we have Shankland in second spot in the overall tournament because he was the second in the rapid and he also won today. And we have Vidit and Maghsoodloo shared third place, Maghsoodloo having won and Vidit having won today. Both of them shared third place before the start of the classical event. And overall, they already have some sort of a distance with the other 4 players.
That's right.
And so getting quickly back to the pairings of today and the results that took place, Petr Leko on board 1 managed to beat Sebastian Bogner and gained 3 points, as we mentioned.
That's right.
So the system seems to work.
Yes, indeed.
And Sam Shankland managed to beat Nico Georgiadis with black.
Vidit Interview managed to win Jorge Cori and also has 3 points now. And on the last game, Abdusattorov managed to lose against Maghsoodloo.
Yes, it's always nice to manage to lose. No, but,
even though you didn't expected you to, but
yeah, his position was so good, and suddenly it was losing, and we both of us and probably Abdusattorov misevaluated White's chances to play for a win. Congrats to all the winners and all the players who have lost today. I hope you will manage to rest well, unlike in the Rapid, before the next game, and regain your energy and motivation. And let's have a look at the pairings for tomorrow, if we have them.
For the round 2, which starts tomorrow at 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Swiss time, which is GMT plus 1. So
have you checked it, by the way?
No, I'm just randomly saying,
Okay.
spreading facts. I think the best way for the viewers is not to trust us and just click on Google time in Switzerland and just compare it to wherever you are in the world or in space, like we've learned today. So round 2, on board 1.
We have Sebastian Bogner playing against Maghsoodloo, which means that Parham will play the second game with black.
Board 2 is Jorge Cori against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Right.
And both players have lost yesterday, so at least one of them, if not both, will recover and stop the bleeding from this round. So this is good news. And on board 3,
we have Sam Shankland playing against Santosh Vidit.
Which is a game between
2 leaders, basically.
Yeah, 2 leaders. And on the last board, we have Petr Leko, who's the leader of the overall event, with White playing against the last seed, Nico Georgiadis, with black, which means that Petr has a potential chance to increase his lead over the other players if he will manage to achieve his well-known microscopic advantage and to convert his advantage at the pace of evolution.
Right. Or perhaps it will just happen like it did in the Rapid game he actually commented for us.
Yeah. So we are thrilled for tomorrow's round. And we still had slight issues today with the mics for the interviews.
Very tiny ones.
Yeah, but little by little we become pros at this, and we are very happy. We had a lot of fun commentating for you, and we enjoyed watching the games, which all were decisive. Chess fan cannot ask for more. And I think this is all for today. We have Grandmaster Tal Baron, together with Women Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya, here for you from the Biel Chess 20 Festival 2019.
That's right.
Yes. So thank you very much, and see you all in the next round.
Thank you very much, everybody, and hope to see you very soon tomorrow at 2 p.m. Swiss time.
With a lot of participation in the chat.